De nuevo al aire.
I mean, I was surprised this week to see how low inflation numbers came in. And I think that's because policies take time to move through the economy. And so, as most economists are, we're still expecting inflation to move.
The Wall Street Journal, we're talking names like Visa, MasterCard, and
Listo.
American Express, the credit card issue.
Después de un apagón repentino en la terminal energética que tengo justo adelante de mis pies, ya estamos de vuelta. Así que vamos.
Systems, and maybe some of the fees they can save on that. Keep an eye on those names. And then on the earnings side of things, Restoration Hardware, a big upside mover today, up roughly 11.5% off the session highs after the high-end furnishings retailer posted better than expected results and reaffirmed its full-year revenue guidance. So keep an eye on those names. Sarah, I'll send things back over to you.
Yeah, it had been a rough ride for RH into that report. Thank you, Dom Chu. We are getting more breaking news out of Washington. Megan Casella has the story with more Trump comments. Megan.
Hey, Sarah, that's right. As we've been talking about, one of the big questions this morning has been what's going to happen to those talks on Sunday that had been set for Sunday in Oman for the U.S. and Iran to meet to talk about Iran's nuclear capabilities. Iranian state media announcing this morning that Iran will not participate in that sixth round of nuclear negotiations with the U.S. Omanian state TV also reporting that the talks are now suspended until further notice. At the same time, a U.S. official telling NBC News on Friday morning that, quote, we are still hoping for talks. So, guys, again, this has been one of the big questions of the morning has been what's going to happen to that, but not a good sign here for the prospects of a negotiated deal that the president has been saying is still possible, is still on the table, even after this first round of initial talks overnight. So as at this point, not coming, but those comments coming just after the president said that it was not too late for Iran to make a deal. Now Iran says they're not coming to the table. Guys.
Okay, thank you. President Trump speaking with a lot of members of the media about all of this, being very open, which is also why, Carl, I noted that the Democrats are really not saying anything. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries and Senator Schumer, no statements from them. I think that silence is deafening for many. When we come back, Meta's more than $14 billion stake in Scale AI. Well, it's official. We're going to discuss what it means for the tech giant and the AI trade after the break.
After the break. Ok, sí, fue un apagón, pero nada grave. Ahora tengo que quitar este y volver a poner el que sí es el bueno. Vamos por acá, no, ese no es. Vamos a quitar esto, vamos a actualizar. ¿Estamos en vivo o no? Vivo, sí, estamos en vivo. A ver. Ahorita estábamos viendo que van a hablar de la guerra, van a estar hablando de las expectativas de inflación. A ver, en vivo, sí, lo marca en vivo. Changos. No sale. Bueno, esperemos un poco, ahorita sale. Estaba anotando los precios. ¿Qué vamos a ver el día de hoy? Pues la bolsa va a estar relax, está bastante relax. Inclusive, o sea, vean esto. Si vemos el mapa, lo que tenemos es que este tipo de color es neutral, nada grave. O sea, vean, menos 0.09%. Nada importante. Si nos vamos acá, algo está pasando en el sector financiero. Porque tenemos caídas de menos 2%, menos 5%. Normal en un mal día para un sector, en este caso el financiero. Si nos vamos a los índices, tenemos variaciones. Miren, hace rato el peor era Russell, estaba en menos 1.15, ya bajó a 0.93. Eso quiere decir que los bullish, los compradores, están teniendo más terreno el día de hoy. Vean qué bonito es ver a Netflix en positivo. Vamos a comprar, y justo fue de las que se me olvidó Netflix. Vamos a comprar Netflix. Aunque también está Tesla, o sea, a ver, vamos a checar. Miren. Tenemos a Netflix aquí. En los últimos 5 minutos, es decir, 10, 20, 25 minutos, bueno, de hecho toda la sesión, porque en un portafolio ya se compraron, Pero vean, o sea, ya, tenemos subida. Vean todo esto, subida. Vamos a Tesla, que es de las más riesgosas, subida. Vamos a los índices, triple QQQ, subida. Russell, subida. Down, subida. No hay, bueno, este no, este está marcando caída, pero el ETF de la biotecnología, pero mayormente estamos viendo ya una gran subida. Eso quiere decir que puede que sea un buen día en bolsa o incluso un día mixto en bolsa. Mixto en el sentido de que pues hay buenas y malas, pero nada grave. Bitcoin ya subiendo, aunque ya se está cayendo aquí. Ethereum, ¿cómo vamos Ethereum? Igual cayendo. Quiero comprar Ethereum. Oh, United Health, nada importante. Ok. Mientras tanto, mientras pasa la sesión de bolsa, vigilamos los precios, que no se caigan más de lo que deberían, para vender. Um, Dejando de lado todo eso, uh, pues todo tranquilo. Ahora, lo que se hace, trabajo administrativo mientras vemos noticias.
News in today's Tech Check. It's a big one, Dee.
It is a big one, Carl. Good morning. So that memo that Alexander Wang posted yesterday to X, it makes clear that this Meta deal is, in fact, another non-traditional acqui-hire. So it brings one of the most strategic players in AI inside Zuckerberg's tent while attempting to skirt regulators that are already pushing to break off past acquisitions, Instagram and WhatsApp. And they're also closely watching how big tech consolidates power in the AI era. Now, this also makes clear that the most sought-after AI talent continues to fetch bigger and bigger dollar amounts. Here's what we're calling the Mount Rushmore of the AI talent wars. It starts with Demis Hassabis. More than a decade ago, Alphabet brought DeepMind for $400 million. That brought Hassabis into the company. Now he's the most visible and influential figure driving Google's most strategic work. That was in 2014, though, so that was a full acquisition, and his lab, DeepMind, sits within Alphabet. Post-2022, ChatGPT's release, big tech scrutiny, it has been the era of non-traditional acqui-hires. Google's $2.7 billion deal with Noam Shazir's startup Character AI, that left the company, but it brought Shazir back into the fold at Google. Then you have Microsoft. It did a similar thing with Mustafa Suleyman and his startup Inflection. OpenAI, of course, was bold enough to do a full acquisition, paying $6.5 billion for Johnny Ive's firm. And now Alex Wang is the most expensive acqui-hire yet, $14.3 billion. Now, not all of it goes to him, but this is ultimately about Meta locking him in, buying credibility and access in one full swoop. Now, early investors like Andreessen Horowitz, they can take a victory lap, and Meta gets 49% of a startup that it's been working with for years on content moderation, even before data labeling for its AI efforts. Now, in this phase of the race, capital is a key advantage, of course, not just to build infrastructure and to power it, though, but absorbing talent as well. That is very clear. The question, though, now is when did these bets start paying off?
I mean, that's a lot of pressure, paying $14 billion. The guy better deliver for a 28-year-old. Thank you, Deirdre. Deirdre Bolsa.
Still the best performing Mag 7 name of the year.
Meta is, yeah. Stocks are off the lows, oil's off the highs. We're going to continue to wait for news flow about how long and how broad this could reach and last.
G7 on Sunday. Let's get to the judge.
Carl, thanks so much. Welcome. Halftime report. Front and center this hour. Markets on edge today, as you know. We're following the fallout of Israel's attacks on Iran, the impact on stocks and other asset classes today. There are many. Joining me for the hour, Steve Weiss, Shannon Sakosha, Sarat Sethi, and Rob Sechin. You know the thing we're playing with today, the backdrop. Oil highest since January. You know, yields are up, maybe on the oil surge. An inflationary move there. The dollar's higher on the safety trade. The gold is highest level since April. And then you have UBS saying, try to look past what's happening here, that the impact on the market should fade fairly quickly. That's what they suggested. How do you see it?
Look, I've been in the business almost 35 years. We've seen a number of flare-ups in the Middle East. Every single one of them is being buying opportunity. Now, there's talk that this time will be different because it's going to go on for possibly 2 weeks. But at the end of the day, the result's the same. And I think you see it in the recovery of the indices today, particularly in NASDAQ, that that's the case. I'm not concerned about oil. You know, if I were a trader in oil, I would have sold the pop. I'd probably still sell it. And it was clear, and Trump admitted it recently, that the U.S. knew about this.
Well, oil was trading over the last at least week as if the market, quote unquote, knew
something was going to happen, because you had a bid and a bid and a bid and a bid, and now you get the spike on the actual news.
Right, and despite that's a great point, despite the Saudis continuing to say they're going to pump and pump and pump. So, look, I wouldn't be surprised.
Lo que se me hace aburrido es que, bueno, cada quien hace su chamba, ¿no? Pero lo que se me hace aburrido es que la leche me inflama, eso es malo. Lo aburrido que era. Ah, sí. Que toda la sesión de bolsa se la van a estar, van a estar hablando de eso. Y dices, bueno, es lo que hay el día de hoy. Guerra, como siempre. Tenemos, ¿qué tenemos? ¿Qué tenemos? Acá de qué están hablando. Tensiones geopolíticas, mercado impactado por el incremento de tensiones geopolíticas. Eso siempre, diario, todo el día. Muchos dicen, oye, es que tengo miedo porque la bolsa se va a caer, que porque siempre pasan cosas malas. Y no, así no es. No se ve mi directo en la aplicación. ¿Por qué no? Ya la cerré. Ya la abrí. Y nada. Vivo. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Dónde me voy a...? Aquí estamos. Parte 2. Wow. Bueno, pues parece que no sale. Ok. Bueno, ahorita lo seguiremos haciendo. Mientras tanto, estaba aquí. Me quedó esto.
How we should think about this, our viewers, our trading public should think about this. Again, 2% from all-time highs on the S&P.
Well, I think, you talk about that level, and is there some vulnerability just based on where we're at? There's a lot of factors to think about here. Scott, one thing that I don't think has been mentioned yet, at least in this conversation, is that, yes, I agree with Steve, kind of the temporary impact is likely to be faded, and, certainly in oil prices, there's likely to be some excess capacity that can come on and offset some of the price increases. But I think more importantly, you think about sort of the arm's length players in this conflict, the U.S., Russia, and China. And there's some other very important negotiations that are going on between U.S. and China right now that I think have some significantly more implications, significantly greater implications for the global economy. And so, if there was, an escalation where there becomes additional combatants get pulled into this conflict, and particularly around the U.S. and China, Russia has a conflict of its own that it's grappling with right now and is probably a bit too busy to get heavily involved here. I think that any implications around the potential for this to derail or delay further negotiations with the Chinese, I do think that that would be something that could potentially make this a longer tail than what we've seen historically.
Rob, as a market participant, what are your thoughts on the market today? Not overreacting in the price action would tell you that. If you look at the S&P, for example, not even down 0.5% at the time. It seems like it's trying to focus on the broader theme of what UBS is suggesting. Don't do anything rash in the market, that this is soon going to pass and just be another one of those major flare-ups in the Middle East that over the longer period of time doesn't necessarily impact all but, a few or a couple even asset classes in our markets. And even that is only for a reasonably short and fenced-in period of time.
And if you look at any history, it would tell you exactly the same. But this time, Scott, I think it's all about oil prices. And if oil prices are contained, markets will move on and they'll focus on whatever the next event is, and that might be short-lived too. But this could throw a wrench in both the economies and markets. Higher oil prices have a lot of implications because they're inelastic. It's a tax on consumers. and it crowds out spending in other areas. It could make headline CPI reaccelerate. Remember, oil prices have been a source of disinflation over the last 3 years, and obviously the opposite direction would not be welcome. And higher energy prices can strain the Fed. There's 2 cuts priced in, and this oil prices being much higher makes Waller's good news cuts rather unlikely. And, there's obviously a lot of uncertainty of whether they'll sustain higher because there's a lot of latent supply. It's still abundant, but it definitely has the possibility to slow demand. I think the one interesting thing that no one talked about is how when something like this happens, we have often seen a positive reaction in treasuries. And we have not seen that this time, despite seeing it in the dollar and despite seeing it in gold. So what does that mean for markets? Is the era of U.S. exceptionalism really over? Is international going to continue to do well? I think it's the derivative effects of this that we should be paying attention to.
Unless it's just reacting to the move in oil as an inflationary byproduct of the move there. Your point's well taken, but it's just too hard to know. If there are moves to be made today directly related to this outside of just straight equity decisions, Bill Baruch seems to have found some. He joins us now on the phone because he does run a commodities fund, and he is making some moves in both gold and oil. Can you tell us what you're doing today?
Yeah, the moves really sort of started permeating through the week. Early on in the week, news that the U.S. may evacuate embassies in the Middle East, particularly in Iraq, with not a whole lot of context around it. So gold start to react, crude oil began reacting very quickly. You look at some of that starting to happen, and the fact we didn't get context around it, I think is very important. And then lo and behold, we start to get these moves. Volatility overnight expanded rapidly. Option prices in gold and crude oil. So what we were looking at is being positioned in those, really capitalizing on it, exiting call spreads in crude oil, exiting call spreads in gold, looking at monetizing this move ahead of the weekend because I think the news flow is going to continue to evolve. And on one hand, I do think there is potential to see continued talks. President Trump took the Truth Social earlier in the day, talking about today being day number 61. He doesn't want to see those high oil prices. So I think these conversations will continue to go. Coming out of the weekend, we could see a little bit of a different situation. So if you're trading this, I think it's important to capitalize on these moves. If you're a trader right now and if you've been long crude oil or you've been long energy and some exposures there, it's important to capitalize on it and look to move on, but also be ready to see what next week brings.
What about gold?
I love gold overall. I think this move is building up for 5,000. I mean, it's a very nice consolidation. We could get a record high settlement in gold today. What I really love seeing as well is you're starting to see silver, platinum, and some of the others wake up. But gold, as it's moved very well through the middle part of this week, it's important here, too. We're looking at monetizing it ahead of the weekend because some of these weekend moves, it's almost like the week loses a bit of memory from week to week, and you want to be prepared for that news to evolve. So, again, if you're long gold and you're trading it, capitalize on it here, I think is very important. Now, in our portfolios, in our diversified portfolios, we have exposure to gold, miners, midstream energy, commodities, and about 10% of the portfolio for the exact reason that you hit on and Rob hit on, that the treasury market, if you have a fixed income portfolio, is not reacting properly here right now. There's some good auctions this week, and still we fell out after this news on inflationary fears. So we couple our fixed income with this real asset basket. As an investor, we're not touching that today. We want to see that continue to work for us. There's cash flow from a lot of those assets too. So it just depends. What hat are you wearing? Are you wearing a trader's hat or are you wearing an investor's hat?
All right. I appreciate you calling in. These are actionable and interesting moves to what we're all seeing take place in some asset classes within these markets. Bill Baruch, thank you for that. You get past this, Weiss, and then you sort of focus back on the big picture of why Altimeter's Brad Gerstner, who was with us yesterday, reminded all of us as to why he's turned so bullish on these markets. I want you to listen to what he said in total. Why has he increased his exposure so dramatically and taken whatever sort of hedges that he had off? Here's why.
We have the AI super cycle. We've seen a reacceleration in both the top line and the earnings. You know, Oracle reported last night, blockbuster numbers. 80% of the S&P that reported all beat. The Mag 7 all beat and accelerated. And so I think that, you know, so long as the government does these things that I describe, I think the economy's ready to cook. We have these rate cuts coming in the back half of the year. So I think that's the potential trifecta for this economy, an incredible pro-growth administration that is landing the plane on tariffs, that is landing the plane on the reconciliation bill, and we have rate cuts ahead. That caused us to get a lot more bullish at the beginning of May. We remain so today.
All right, so that's Brad Gerster. Now, obviously, the tariff issue lingers. Right. The tax issues linger. We don't have any rate cuts yet, but that's the bullish scenario. Are there cracks in it, or is he right to be focusing on the big prizes at the end of the rainbow here?
Well, I'm saying I'm fully invested now and have been for a little while. Look, you know, it depends what happens. As optimistic as Brad is about the market, I can tell you that the CEOs that I talk to often, the bankers I talk to often, private equity funds, large ones I talk to often, are not as optimistic on the economy, number one. Number two, there's nothing that has happened, and as a matter of fact, it's only gotten worse in terms of keeping CEOs from deploying meaningful capital in CapEx.
Do you think it's gotten worse? I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, okay, let me say it this way then. It's not gotten better, right? Taking China down from 145% to 55%. And what I mean is it's gotten worse is that there's been no off-ramp in terms of Trump's continuing to talk about tariffs, how they'll be penalized, how if Europe doesn't come to the table, and yada, yada, yada. Now, the market's been desensitized to it, and taco is alive and well in the minds of investors. So from that standpoint, it's gotten better.
But even from a CapEx standpoint, let me just say this. I mean, I know you speak to a lot of CEOs in the business that you're in, but I spoke to the CEO of, now I know it's a specialized area of the AI super cycle, but I did speak to the CEO of AWS this week.
They have no choice.
They just committed $25 billion in a handful of days, on top of the billions more that they continue to dole out for this big build out of data center and the chips that they're making and everything else, just representative of no slowdown in that perspective or procurement.
There's been an acceleration, actually, in AI.
Doesn't that make the point, to Brad's point?
Well, it's making the point is that, as you started, it's a very unique area, right? And AI, which is why my top positions are Meta, you know, they're Microsoft and others that play in that and have remained my top positions. So that's unique, and that will filter down to others, like we own part of an electrical contractor company that really primarily their work is in data centers. So we expect to see that continue. But in terms of the industrial companies, even though I bought the XLI, which I talked about earlier in the week, and I bought CAT, to me, they're the ones that are not deploying capital.
Hey, maybe those aren't the stocks to be in, right? That's part of the psychology of the market right now.
Right.
Is you once again have to find yourselves in the right stocks.
Right. And I've never wavered, not at all, even when people are talking about the temporary rotations, industrials, even though they've done quite well recently, I've never wavered from saying that the fortress balance sheet tech companies will be the ones that continue to thrive, and that they may be more
bullishness. O seguiremos al alza o nos iremos de lado, prácticamente. Top trade, vamos a ver, Nvidia, Palantir, Tesla, Chevron, una energética de petróleo, Oracle, Software sigue subiendo, y Apple, Cash Tag, no sé qué es eso. Suena mola una broma, pero bueno. Veamos.
Active. It was at neutral. I think there was a belief that you would get a broadening out. Tech sort of over the last month has said, well, maybe not. because a lot of the dollars that have been out there and for, investable dollars have been going back towards this tried and true trade.
Yeah. No, and it makes sense, too, because if you think about where you go down the supply chain and you think of the Fab 7 spending money on data centers, spending money on chips. So all those are seeing growth in there. And then when you look at each of the businesses within them, they're also growing. So that's where capital's going to go. In terms of industrials and consumer staples, Steve's right. These companies are not spending money. So why would you actually accelerate investments in there right now? Most of them are fair.
Conseguí unas cápsulas de Nespresso, pero no están tan chidas a pesar de que su intensidad es 10. Entonces no me gustaron.
Whose perspective am I going to listen to for mattering more to my investment philosophy right now? A Caterpillar, I'm just picking them out of the sky, okay? A Caterpillar, an industrial stock, which maybe looks at the tariffs differently than an Amazon, or a $15 billion Meta investment that they just made in Scale AI. Whose perspective is going to drive you and your investable dollars today? That?
Índices ya están en menos 0.84, están subiendo. Es decir, el día lo vamos a terminar en verde. Hasta ahora son 10:20 de la mañana, faltan más de 4 horas para el cierre de bolsa. Sí, que ya es pasado. Sorriendo en chinga, perdón.
Still remains underweight risk. So I agree. They talk about this pain trade. They talk about markets climbing walls of worry, and we all know there's plenty to worry about. But the pain trade is higher. Institutions will get drawn in as there's resolution of these various things. And as long as there's not some seismic shift in one of them, which is why I mentioned energy prices at the beginning of the show, as long as there's not seismic positioning shift there, investors will get drawn into markets. What causes assets to go higher is fund flows. You will see that. And so there are some gating issues. The gating issue is valuation. But valuation is a terrible, terrible timing tool. So I think we can definitely see that play out. And who knows, if it comes with resolution at the end of it to a lot of these worries, we're going to be at a vastly different valuation level on the S&P than we are today. And I think it will be higher. Obviously, you can't ignore those other things, so you're paying attention to them. One other
Subiendo Nasdaq, bien. Todavía no hay señales de venta, así que sigamos.
It's going up on the growth side of things, and estimates getting trimmed in value, small, mid. So it's no surprise to us either that we've started to see that outperformance. You know, a little bit of it's narrative, a little bit of it's because that's where investors want to be, where the super cycle is. But a lot of it is just these companies are doing better at the margin. There is enormous operational leverage, though, on clarity for these businesses that will leverage AI. And ultimately, if you don't own them, you will miss the opportunity, because there are great companies that are trading at significant discounts to our most popular friends.
You and Weiss are right. I mean, many big names and big name institutions are negative. I mean, sentiment is not universally bullish. even as we're 2% away from a high, the people who follow it, talk to, and keep a close eye on all of those cohorts suggest the same thing, whether it's Weiss talking to CEOs, Adam Parker talking to institutional investors, Bank of America's flow show today. How about this? Biggest outflow in U.S. equities in 11 weeks. You don't have everybody on the same side of the boat here, folks, even though some of the commentary in recent weeks may have you believe that. You still don't. The contrarian view of that, of course, Shannon, is that that's where the money is going to come from for the next leg of the market to not only get you to these new highs, but get you further than that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's, not necessarily a contrarian view. I just think it's the reality. It's all about the timing of that, Scott. And so I think that what institutional investors are looking through is that, they're not as perhaps complacent about the pull-through of inflation on margin, and to the point about why investors are rotating back to growth in this shorter-term period is because there is a perception that tariffs and higher prices are more likely to affect the more cyclical industries. We also are seeing evidence that economic growth is going to be slower this year than we thought it was going to be coming into the year, and so that also has that cyclical overhang. But I think the important thing is, Rob said that valuation isn't a great barometer or prognosticator of performance, but earnings growth sure is. And so if you're looking at where am I going to derive earnings growth, of course those estimates are coming down in those more cyclical parts of the market because the uncertainty from policy is more likely to impact those in the short term, particularly from a margin perspective. But if I look out over the next 6, 9, 12, 16, 18 months, if I look at something like the AI megatrend, boy, I better be able to monetize that in earnings and margin in particular outside of those big companies, because otherwise those big companies aren't going to be able to continue to produce that earnings growth either. And so I think that if we're looking at the here and now over the next 3 to 4 months, sure, there's opportunities to play that trend in growth, but I think we're looking at it in terms of the industrial sector. A lot of talk about that today, but that's a great place where you can find the implementation of automation and AI that could be potentially, transformational in terms of margin as you go into 26 and 27.
The other story, Weiss, to focus on this week, IPOs are coming back.
They are.
Chime. Yesterday, we could show all these charts.
They've been successful.
As I talk about these. Voyager closed up 82%, but there's Chime. We need to look at Chime more than just intraday, guys, please. Can we look at this week and see what Chime did? Not today. Voyager was big, Circle was big, eToro was big, and the pipeline looks pretty rich.
Very robust, which is why I traded a little Goldman. It's a core position, but it was down $9. There's an opportunity to take it. Look, the IPO market is coming back. That is actually one of the risks that when you see so much supply come into the market, what happens to other stocks? So the weak sisters, the weak holdings, they will get rid of those and try to make it in the IPO market. But Scott, there's one thing we haven't talked about, which is the consumer. And
we're going to do that later.
Okay. So
we'll do that later. Good tease. Good tease. I'm glad you read the doc before the show rather than during it.
Well,
but anyway, please go ahead.
But back to the IPO market. That is always a risk. We see it acutely in biotech, where you have big biotech issuance cycles, and it kills the indices. I think it'll be more measured here because of the number of stocks that we've taken out of the indices over the last 10 years. So there's room, but clearly, you're going to see major beneficiaries in Goldman Sachs primarily because of how narrow their business is, Morgan Stanley, et cetera.
Okay, so let's take a break. We are going to talk about the consumer. As Weiss said, we did get consumer sentiment, a good number today, so we'll kick that around. We have our calls of the day coming up as well. A number of bullish calls on several committee stocks. We are back in just 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Julie Sweet. Welcome to another edition of Reinvented with Accenture. Today is a very special episode. Normally, we're talking about reinventing a company. Today, we're talking about reinventing a country.
Payments have to be fast, they have to be secure, they have to be convenient, and they have to be inclusive. Those are things which are not negotiable. And when you think about it, there is no single commercial transactions which doesn't rely on a payment at some point.
eso me banean.
Spread a little bit narrower does change the dynamics a little bit, but something to consider for those who may be saying, hey, maybe 300 plus is a little bit more than I want to risk, even with the, nearly $650 max profit potential.
Netflix está mostrando los primeros signos de debilidad. Ya, como si a las 10:30, que chéquense esto, desde las 10, entre las 10 y la 1, las inversiones comienzan a caerse durante el día, si van al alza. En un día como el que estamos viendo ahorita, Tesla, miren, 324, bellísimo, hermoso. ¿Quién más? MicroStrategy también, pero todavía no se pone en verde, va. Bitcoin subiendo, sí, subiendo, ok. ¿Qué más iba a haber? Triple Q. Aquí estás. Chéquense, signos de debilidad ya, abajo. Claro, es un primer indicio. Lo que llega a pasar luego es que se recupera. Se recupera. Es decir, a las 11:30, 12, 1:30, puede que se recupere. Es decir, un día a la inversa. Así. Hice un nuevo banquito ayer para mis piecitos y está muy cómodo. Muy, muy cómodo. Me encanta mi lugar de trabajo. ¿Qué más tenemos? Pues es esperar, básicamente. O sea, se muestran los mercados de una forma lo más sencilla posible para que la gente los entienda lo más sencillo posible. Es muy sencillo comprar y vender, ver los riesgos, o sea, si uno está inmiscuido bien, puede ver venir muchas cosas. Ayer eran las 7, 8 y veía las noticias en Twitter, en mi teléfono, lo de los ataques, lo de las planeaciones, los ingresos de la semana. O sea, es maravilloso la bolsa. Y uno desde la comodidad de su casa puede hacer dinero. Es verdad que hay meses buenos y meses malos. No todo es color de rosa. Pero aquí uno está a todo dar. Listo. Y otra vez el volumen. Se me olvidó.
A little cheaper than Vistra, which we also own, and sold to buy this, a little bit of it to buy this.
Air Products, Surat, initiated outperformed 355 at RBC. They're bullish on 1, the return to the core industrial gas model. 2, the turnaround plan. 3, re-rating to 25 to 30 times PE multiple. What do you think?
So 1 and 2 is really important to the story. You've got a new management team in there that is now focused on the core business. They got rid of all their other businesses outside the U.S. that were not cash flow producing. The other part that was not mentioned is an industrial gas company like Air Products has long-term contracts. When you have long-term contracts, you secure the future revenue, and you also have inflation hedges against them. So that's why a company like that deserves a premium multiple. Their comp is Linde, which trades at over 30 times earnings. If they can even get close to that, you're going to see a good pop in the stock.
Miren, primeros indicios de que se quiere recuperar. Venga. Foto. Vamos a checar. Transferencia. Vamos a ver transferencia. Vamos a ver transferencia. Ánimo, si se puede. BBVA no puede leer mi ubicación. Solo falta que se caiga la aplicación otra vez. Venga, venga, venga. Hacemos esto. Miren, Wells Fargo está alcista con la que ya no vi. Ah, miren, Steve Wise compra United Health.
On the wheel, and look, they made a mistake in underwriting the amount of business they took, and V28 is largely behind them at this point, but it's going to be a kitchen sink quarter, and the guidance you can count on, so that will be the relief rally, and you'll see it continue to move up.
You got any
I actually bought some more today.
You got any other cliches? Kitchen sink.
No, but there are certain names I want to drop. So
Skeletons
how
in the
long is it?
closet. Clean bill of health. You didn't use that one. You didn't use that. You gave them.
Well,
that.
I thought it was too close to home with the healthcare company.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Let's get the headlines now with Courtney Reagan. Hey, Court.
Hi there, Scott. Good afternoon. Well, about 200 Marines have moved into Los Angeles amid protests against President Trump's immigration crackdown. The commander in charge of the deployment said today that those Marines will protect federal property and personnel. It comes a day after a federal appeals court ruled the administration can, for now, maintain control of the National Guard members in California. A federal appeals court will not take up President Trump's bid to reconsider a $5 million verdict he lost to E. Jean Carroll. In 2023, a jury found he sexually abused and defamed the former columnist in the 1990s. Separately, the president is asking the appeals court to throw out an $83.3 million jury verdict for defaming Carroll when he first denied her rape claim. And earlier this morning at Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial in New York, Kanye West, also known as Ye, made a surprise courthouse appearance. He told reporters he was there to show his support for the music mogul who is facing 5 criminal counts. West spent about 40 minutes at the courthouse but never made it into the courtroom. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Court, thank you. That's Courtney Reagan. Coming up next, committee stocks on the move, winning and losing streaks to discuss, and we will do that after this break.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Thanks for walking us through the plan.
You guys heading up north soon?
Yeah, got Lizzie for a couple weeks this summer.
Taking her fishing, I hope. That's the plan.
Doors. Connect us to what's important.
Excited, sweetie?
A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, your advisor helps you build a personalized, tax-smart investment strategy, identifying opportunities across your entire portfolio. And when life surprises you.
Ok. Por cierto, creo que esto debí de haberlo dicho al inicio del directo en bolsa. Miren, subiendo. United Health, pero vamos a ver. Tesla ya 326, qué bonito. Qué bonito. Qué hermoso, maravilloso. Hay que tomar decisiones. Bueno, una excelente ganancia. A ver, entonces eso significa que ahorita, a ver, tengo que checar un portafolio acá, porque eso va a ser una bomba. O sea, Tesla fue comprada en 279, $281. Vean ya en lo que está. O sea, estamos hablando de fácil $50 por acción, 1,000 pesos mexicanos por acción. Es una maravilla. O sea, hacer trading es, claro, solo para perfiles de inversión en los cuales el cliente permite eso. Si se permite, tendrán los rendimientos más provechosos. Bastantes, de hecho. Mm, Triple QQQ y ahí va. Ok. Ver acá. Ujú. A ver esta. Venga, si se puede. Todavía no se juntan las líneas de mi MACD. Y en RSI ya lo sobrepasó, pero vean esta de aquí y esta de acá. Siempre se sobrepasa. Vean esta, dos. No, pues sí, se sobrepasa bastante. Claro, ¿qué precio estoy viendo yo? Vamos a ver esto. Estoy viendo un precio de... Yo lo espero en 333, 334. Genial. Justo estoy esperando un precio de 332. Ahora, en la sesión anterior en China, Japón, todos los demás países, estuvo en los 319 a los 307. Va. Abrimos aquí y abrimos en los 313, 314. Nada mal, la verdad. Y sí, yo espero un precio de 332 a 336. Nada más. O sea, ahora Tesla, pues en promedio llega a subir de 10 a 15 dólares. Entonces justo le faltan 3 a 8 dólares. Entonces esperemos. Ahora, sobre... ¿qué iba a decir? Mm, Algo iba a decir y se me olvidó. Ah, sí, el 22 de junio va a ser el evento de los robotaxi. Ya no va a ser ya no fue ayer. Bueno, desde hace 2, 3 días lo anunciaron. Pero no me había percatado de eso. O sea, Tesla vuelve a estar en el estado de compra el rumor, vende la noticia. Entonces, básicamente tenemos otra semana para el hype, para tener ese morbo o esa duda de si va a ser una gran bomba Tesla, bomba en el buen sentido. Entonces, sus acciones van a seguir siendo compradas y van a estar subiendo, subiendo, subiendo. Y cuando llegue el día de los robotaxi, yo espero que bajen. No que exploten, así como de, wow, si se maneja solo el taxi, compren. No, yo espero que bajen ese día, porque es la faceta de compra el rumor, ahorita ya, vende la noticia ese día o incluso un día antes. Pero vamos a verlo. Mientras tanto,
On this one when I added it on the show. Scott, if you remember,
I conveniently don't.
Very diversified insurance company in China. China's obviously a market that's done really well this year. The story here is a 6 times P and 50% free cash flow margins for one of the largest insurance companies in the world. So exciting to see that it's up 40% since we added it.
What was my pinging about? Do you remember?
I don't remember. I think because you've never heard of it, you were just jabbing at me a little bit. So.
Okay, that's fair. Fair. I mean, it's all fair. All
Any opportunity, Rob.
That's right. 4-day losing streak, Amex.
Stock's up 30% for the year. You've got some profit taking. Company's done really well, firing on all cylinders. They're in the right part. So I think it's just some money coming off the table.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Santoli joins us with his midday word next.
Ah, de veras. Justo, olvidé eso. ¿Desde cuándo les quería enseñar
Like your
X?
workplace benefits and retirement savings.
Porque tengo mira ya, 327. Venga, sí se puede. Sí se puede. Vamos a mis noticias. Vamos a informarnos un poquito, miren. ¿Qué está pasando en la bolsa? Miren, Amazon está reorganizando su línea de negocio de salud. Ok, va, chido. ¿Y cómo va Amazon? Vamos a verlo. Vamos a pick up. Amazon. Aquí está. 13 centavos. Subiendo y miren, ya se desaceleró. Va, ok. Sigamos. Vamos a dejarla aquí. We pause Wednesday. Miren, este senador compró LHX y 18% desde que la compró. Vamos a checar. LHX. ¿Sí era así, no? Ajá, el Harvest Technologies. Profile. Vamos a ver qué hace esta empresa. ¿Dónde está mi profile? ¿Mi profile? Profile. Provee soluciones tecnológicas que conectan the space, tierra, aire, espacio, océanos, cyberdomains y international securities. Incluyen industria aeroespacial aérea integrada en sistemas de misiones, comunicaciones. Ok. Curioso, es casi tipo militar inclusive. Vamos a agregarla a mi colección de militares. Militar. Listo. Sigamos, vamos al chart. Sigamos yendo. Tenemos aquí websites, hijacket, JavaScript, dirección. Ok, nada importante. Expectativas de inflación se elevan de nuevo. El desempleo está bajo históricamente y ok, va. Reddit, lo mismo. Bitcoin Bull Run begins. Interesante. Una tesis de inversión que nos marca que el Bitcoin seguirá subiendo. Va. Coinbase. Bitcoin will replace all the fiat. Claro, por supuesto. Bueno, aquí dice que Bitcoin va a reemplazar toda la moneda fiat, es decir, peso mexicano, dólar, o sea, por supuesto, vamos para allá. Y para quienes tienen cripto, like. Y acciones también, like. Jack Myers retuitea que 500,000 followers y son taking low. Ok. Amazon, 2.2 trillones de dólares. Looking for payments. Ok. Pues ya se tardaron, o sea, Amazon ya era para que hubiera implementado su forma de pago en cripto, ¿desde cuándo? Después le va a seguir Temu, Alibaba y todos ellos. Breaking Israel, Prime Minister confirmed that Natan uranium shipment has been... ¿Qué? A ver. El primer ministro de Israel dice que el uriano Natanz no sé qué es Natanz, debe ser de la otra nación. El sitio ha sido completamente destruido. Justo hoy veía las noticias de que tienen 80 metros de profundidad las centrales nucleares, tanto de Irán, de Irán. Entonces, si los destruyeron, pues bien, o no. Una bitcoinera. Red Clear Definitive Second Rules Netting. Why Israel versus Iran will be good for Bitcoin. Interesting. French. Cosas militares. Hotel, militares. Nada importante. ¿Pero vieron? Esto es lo que quería que viéramos. Bueno. Entonces, eso es ¿cómo sería? Una forma muy rápida de informarse y ver las noticias. Creo que va a ser hábito mañanero. Pero bueno, sigamos viendo. Tengo que hacer los informes justo.
Probably an upside surprise in terms of how it's reacting.
Is the move that we're watching in the Treasury market peculiar to you, the way that yields are reacting inversely to what you would think would be your typical risk off? If the dollar is catching a bid and gold's catching a bid, you'd think Treasuries be catching a bid.
You would. I mean, obviously, that's the textbook. A couple of things I would note. One is there was a pretty good two-day rally in Treasuries off the soft inflation numbers, right? 2 days ago, you're at 4.5 on the 10-year, right? You opened today 4.35 or something like that. So it was pre-bought in a sense. But yeah, I think you have to notice it. You have to be aware that Treasuries, and this has been the case for a few months, that they're just, people are kind of slow to buy, quick to sell, and I think maybe that's a dynamic for a while. That said, the absolute level of yields, it's just range bound. It's not really causing alarms, but the behavior, maybe we have seen some kind of a shift there.
All right, I'll see you on closing bell.
Yeah.
That's Mike Santoli joining us here. Up next, the segment that Weiss could not wait to get to. We're trading the consumer. Sentiment beat, retail sales are next week. Santoli just talked about Visa, MasterCard, McDonald's got downgraded again. We'll do it all next.
Guys.
This is the start of a cyber attack. That is not good.
We need
estimates that they provided for guidance was close to 70% going into 2026 versus 2025. Remaining performance obligations over 100%. They're expecting growth going into 2026 for a fiscal year. And essentially, I think a lot of the analysts may have been caught, on the back burner, looking at Oracle on the back burner, and now sort of reevaluated this name contingent upon some of the accelerated infrastructure cloud revenue that the company is really providing going forward. So I think this is an interesting name. That's a legacy name. And if you look at, like I said, those growth rates in the last 5 years, they haven't been fantastic. We're talking, high single-digit earnings growth, mid to high single-digit sales growth. But the estimates going forward are about double their 5-year averages.
No me gustó tanto,
I
pero
think the earnings multiple, at least right now, based on this year's earnings, around 29 times, 24 times next year's earnings, a little bit higher than their historical average. But nonetheless, the growth rates are about double where they were historically speaking.
George, do you think this is sustainable? I mean, this kind of reminds me of COVID-19, where you started seeing a massive amount of demand for their products because everybody was working from home and things of that nature here.
Yeah.
And then the year-over-year comps started to get very difficult and the stock started to slide to the downside here. Are you concerned that maybe they set such a high bar that if they don't see this type of rate of return moving forward, that the market may chop this name down again?
I think so, to be honest with you, too, Kevin, because Oracle has a tendency to do this. I've seen this multiple times, and every stock is different, and they all have their own idiosyncratic, unique ways of trading. I noticed this just from, doing this a very long time. And Oracle typically does this. And a lot of times, investors will latch onto Oracle's news and push the stock higher. I think there has been sort of a stealth rotation in the AI space, more into the legacy players, and Oracle is one of these names versus some of the high flyers, because there's been some high beta names in the AI space that have really got a little bit extended. So I think there's some algorithmic rotation, some hedge fund rotation, if you will, opportunistic happening here in Oracle. But irrespective of that, from a tactical or strategic standpoint, I'm looking around the 10-day moving average potentially as a trailing support. And then, with these gap and goes, they can certainly continue to the upside. And a lot of times, irrespective of the fact that the move has been somewhat missed, if you will, from the initial start, a lot of times the 5-day moving average is a proxy of support for reentry. So, 10-day moving average support, 5-day moving average entry, if you're looking to capitalize on another opportunity in this name. But I do think that you bring up a good point, just to conclude here, that Oracle typically does this. They do gap higher, and there's a gap and go continuation, but a lot of times they give up most of the gain, and so that's something you have to keep in mind with this player.
Por primera vez, Oracle toca máximos históricos. No, esperen. Bueno, no por primera vez, porque yo recuerdo que Oracle ha estado más cara. Vamos a checar. Igual y la estoy confundiendo. No, sí. Por primera vez. A ver. Vean, en el 87, Oracle cotiza desde el 86. Desde el 86 y su máximo histórico fueron $102. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Y eso ya se cayó porque tocó... ¿Qué? Estabas en 176. Ah, claro, estabas en $201, claro. Wow. No, pues sí. Bastante bien, Oracle. O sea, la verdad. Bastante bien. A ver, mientras tanto, sigamos viendo esto.
For an example trade.
Yeah, I'm looking at gap and reverse at this point. I mean, if you look at the stock, I mean, it's a very big name. Moving up 23, 24% in a week is a little bit crazy to me. So I'm actually looking at maybe some sellers actually stepping into this name for next week. So looking at the June 20th, 210, 200 put vertical spread here, buying the 210, selling the 200, doing this for a debit of $3.15. So the max loss on this trade is up to $315, break even point at $206.85 with a max profit potential of $685. So you're looking at around 2-to-1 risk reward here. Once again, it's just an outsized move. I get the gap and go theory, and maybe that's going to be the situation this time around. But George is right. If you go and look at the past, they set up a very big high bar. They do have these really strong weekly candles to the upside, and usually we do see either a stalling or a reversal shortly after that.
Well, the one thing that's kind of nice, KG, is Oracle hasn't slowed down. So this was, $3.15, $3 before the show. It's closer to $1.75 now. So it does go to show that when you get in front of these, high momentum moves, it can take a little bit before they turn around. So that risk reward, if you kept the strikes the same, certainly improved. But obviously the stock's a little bit further away now. Kevin, final thoughts here. Market stumbling a little bit as it makes its recovery, but for the most part, we're basically at the highs of the intraday session here, maybe within 10 points.
Yeah, I think even if we close at these levels, I think that's a win for the bulls.
Hace
You're
frío,
able
pero
to
está
at least
rico.
recover more than half of the overnight losses, and you are starting to see a little bit more broader participation. Still not great, but it's better than what we've seen in the past. Around 20% of the stocks are actually in the green so far today. That's a lot better than what we started off. So overall, decent day. Let's see if we're going to be able to close at these highs. I'm looking at 60-40 as your area of resistance for the S&P 500 for today.
All right, sir. I appreciate it so much. That's going to do it for us here on Fast Market. We leave you with the S&Ps down less than 0.5%. What a turnaround here intraday. Coming up next is Next Gen Investing with myself and Jenny Horn. Make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our check.
Nada tampoco. Ok. 214. Regresemos a Tesla. 329. Qué bonito. Qué hermoso. Calentando la silla y la inversión sube. Bien. Tengo que encontrar los recibos de cobro de 2 clientes porque ya casi se acerca la fecha de pago. Ok. Necesito 2 carpetas. Esta y esta. Venga. Recuerdan, apenas le había bajado los hercios a las pantallas porque las tenía en 120 hercios y en 165 hercios. La mayoría de monitores. Pero se traba luego la computadora, o sea, me estresa cuando son lentas las cosas. Y bajé todos los hercios. Y ahora en mi equipo tengo ya fluidez. Viene ya 330. Estamos tocando 330. A ver. Si se puede. ¿Qué pasa aquí?
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for?
A ver. Ok. Tengo que encontrarlos y mandar ese documento, a ver. Listo. El fin de semana ya no se hizo lo del directo de Succession. He querido transmitir la serie, pero no desconozco todavía la materia de derechos de autor, más que nada por la música que pasa durante la serie. O sea, no solo el soundtrack. Lo puedes omitir dándole a skip intro y ya, pero no lo sé. Sería cuestión de probar. Probar e investigar qué onda con eso. Teníamos que sacar el papel de acá. ¿Dónde estás? Aquí estás. Y vámonos a descargas. No hay nada. Expreso, informe. Ok, vamos a descargarlo. Listo, aquí estás. Ahora, vamos a subirlo acá. Guardar. Vamos a actualizar. Tengo que abrir ese archivo, me choca. Professional, es que no lo va a buscar aquí, a ver.
Head over to Schwab.
Cuando todos se ponen de acuerdo y solo hay comerciales. Changos. Qué bonito, 329, qué bonito. Es más, a ver. Uno aquí sentadito en su casa, pero abogado de trabajo. Hermoso. Magnífico. Nada más lo que no quiero es que mi Ethereum esté 330 ya, 330 pasándolos, ahí va. 11 dólares, venga. Tengo que vender todas las de Tesla al rato. Bueno, en cuanto esté marcando caída, porque tengo una, dos, tres. Tres están con Tesla, ok, va. Ahora,
Investment community challenges their ability to monetize AI. Is there something that can be bought when you can essentially get it for free? They've delivered on number. They continue to deliver every time they report, and yet the stock does not perform well. We are going to continue to be patient because we think this is a stock to own.
All right. It was a big week for software names. Oracle had a big week, as you know. What's your final trade, Rob, while I have you?
Alphabet. It's been the best performer in the Mag 7 over the past month. It's the cheapest as well. And we think they're trying to quiet the bear case around search disruption. I think it's the one to buy.
Shan?
Energy was my final trade on Wednesday. I'm not clairvoyant, but on the long-term basis, if OPEC Plus has to put some more supply on the market, that actually eases some of the supply considerations for next year.
Right.
Schlumberger, I mean, I still think you want to own this stock's really cheap.
Weiss?
UNH, I think it's a good trade from here. Not a big position, but I think you make money in it.
All right, good stuff. You guys have a good weekend. I'll see you at 3 o'clock. We have Dan Greenhouse today, Warren Pies, Cameron Dawson, Kevin Simpson, and Jeremy Cotter, pre-IPO Facebook employee. Can't wait to talk to him about who's going to win the AI race. He has some strong views on that, and he'll share them with you at 3 o'clock. The exchange is now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and the Dow is still down nearly 500 points this afternoon, all of it following Israel's strikes on Iran, with investors still bracing into the weekend. Oil prices are up sharply today as well, with WTI surging as much as 13% earlier, its highest level since January. Right now, we're up 6% at around $72 a barrel. Let's look at some of the other safe havens this afternoon as well. With gold hitting a near 2-month high, this seems to be the preferred place to go for safety these days. Up 1.4%, 34.50, I should say, an ounce. And the defense stocks rising as well, with Lockheed, RTX, Northrop all seeing gains north of 3%. We'll have more on that a little bit later on. The dollar is also higher, although just slightly. Remember, it hit a 3-year low just yesterday. 98.10 is not much of a bounce here. And as quick check on Treasury as well, similar kind of effect. 10-year yields moving higher, but not hugely. 444 is the latest. Let's begin with Israel's strikes on Iran overnight. So much has happened since. Megan Casella is here to bring us up to speed this hour at the White House. Megan?
Hey, Kelly, so the biggest development here in the last couple of hours has been the news from Iranian state media that Iran will not be participating in the 6th round of those negotiations with the U.S. over Iran's nuclear capabilities. Those had been set for Sunday in Oman. Iran now saying it won't be attending. U.S. officials do say they are still hoping for talks and to be able to strike a deal with Iran on this. President Trump has for months said that that was his preferred route over the use of force. And he told NBC News in a phone interview earlier this morning that while Iran missed the opportunity to make a deal, that they may have another opportunity. We'll see. But this decision now not to participate in Sunday's talks, it undercuts that approach. It's a significant step towards further escalation on this front. Iran has made clear that it sees no daylight between the U.S. and Israel in the attacks. And its foreign minister, you can see here, saying that the attack would not have been possible without U.S. coordination and that the U.S. should also be responsible for the consequences of its actions. So as a result, the U.S. now bracing for retaliation in the region while still warning the Iranians against it. House Speaker Mike Johnson said this morning that Israel was clearly within its right to defend itself and that Iran will face grave consequences if it responds by unjustifiably targeting U.S. interests. And we know officials are on high alert throughout the region, Kelly, although the question does remain what exactly Iran is planning in terms of retaliation and to what extent U.S. facilities or personnel in the region are going to be targeted. But we do know U.S. officials today have been warning Iran against the targeting of U.S. interests, but the AP is still reporting that the military has been shifting resources around in preparation in case the White House does need them. Kelly?
Shifting which resources around?
Moving some ships around, some vessels around, putting them into different positions, sort of having them in the ready position, saying that everybody is mobilized in a way, waiting to hear from the White House after there was, I should add, a National Security Council meeting in the Situation Room just a couple of hours ago, waiting to hear if and how Washington wants to proceed.
All right, Megan, for now, thanks. Megan Casella. And my next guest says the Israeli strike on Iran does signal a paradigm shift in the Middle East. And if you think this might just be a 1 or 2 day event, he says, buckle in. It's the war everyone's been fearing. Stephen Cook is Senior Fellow for Middle East and Africa Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Stephen, it's good to see you. And what makes you think that this could be a drawn-out affair?
Well, while everybody is focused on the Israelis hitting Iran's nuclear program, there's actually a number of indications that their goals are much broader, and that is to weaken the Iranian regime and hopefully bring it down. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been talking about and to the Iranian people for months. If you go back to the days just after the October 7th attacks, the Prime Minister said that Israel was out to change the Middle East. They have changed Lebanon. They have helped change Syria. They certainly have changed Gaza, though perhaps not for the better. And now they have moved on to Iran. The targets that the Israelis hit were certainly about nuclear infrastructure and military, but there are also senior regime leaders that were targeted as well. This is a signal to the Iranian people that Israel is intent on weakening the regime, and perhaps the Iranian people should take matters into their own hands.
So what would you expect to happen next?
Well, we really don't know. The Iranians, of course, as your lead-in suggested, are threatening grave consequences for this. But so far, they haven't been able to muster the kind of response that many had expected before this event. That's because
estamos comenzando a tener la segunda señal. Esta fue la primera, la segunda señal de que se está deteniendo, pero no creo. O sea, son las 11 de la mañana. Es Tesla Entonces, no creo que ahorita ya termine su rally, o sea. Aunque también, ojo, estamos tocando el mismo nivel cuando comenzó a corregirse. Y aquí alcanzó 332. Entonces puede que ya estemos en un punto en el que ya Tesla está tocando aquí su techo, su límite. Aunque está disminuyendo. Esperemos.
Even it's void.
Well, it's a risky strategy. The Israelis are certainly interested in the end of the Islamic regime. Their calculation is that Iran is only dangerous because of the regime that came into being with the 1978-1979 Iranian Revolution. But, of course, the regime could hang on and rebuild its capabilities and continue to sow chaos throughout the region and continue to target Israel as well as the United States. That's proliferate and actually fabricate a nuclear weapon. That's a very significant downside risk. Clearly, the Israelis believe that with their own capabilities, their own intelligence, and their ability to weaken the regime, that the upside risk is much greater than the worst fears.
So the Iranians have now canceled the nuclear talks with the U.S. that were due for this weekend, and it sounded like we were on the precipice of some kind of deal that was presumably in America's interest as far as the administration perceived it to be so. What happens now with that deal?
Well, I'm not sure how close we were, given recent revelations by the IAEA about Iran's weaponization of its program. And in fact, just yesterday, the IAEA censured Iran over its undeclared weapons program or precursors to it. So, but the administration had signaled over and over again that it wanted to continue to negotiate. Now, since the attacks began, the president has signaled that this is all part of a strategy, at least from his perspective, on bringing the Iranians back to the table and to negotiate seriously. The Iranians are not accepting the invitation to go back to Muscat, the capital of Oman, to negotiate. So I don't think that there's a chance of a nuclear agreement anytime in the near future.
And where does that leave their nuclear capabilities and their ambitions on that front, especially as we head into the G7, where we'll be watching the rest of the world's response to everything also that's just taken place?
Yeah, the Israelis concentrated a fairly significant amount of firepower on the Natanz nuclear facility, where a lot of the enrichment happens. They were unable to go after the Fordo plant because they just don't have the weaponry to do it. But Natanz is arguably more important than Fordo in terms of enrichment. So if they have not destroyed Iran's nuclear program, they certainly have set it back. It really all depends on whether the Iranians have the capability to build back very quickly. But we really don't know. This attack only happened 15 hours ago, and the Israelis are promising days and days more of it.
All right, Stephen, thanks for joining us. We'll continue to monitor these events, obviously, all weekend long and longer, as you suggest, might be the case. Stephen Cook with the Council on Foreign Relations. Stocks are sliding on these concerns that the fighting really between Israel and Iran could spill over into other regions of the Middle East. The Dow was down more than 700 points earlier. We're down 528 at the moment. I would take a look at global and domestic risk right now for the market. Samir Samana joins us. He's head of global equities and real assets at Wells Fargo Investment Management. And Tom McClellan is here on set with me, editor of the McClellan Market Report. Welcome to both of you. Tom, you've obviously been through a number of these skirmishes over the years. So what would you tell investors?
The recent days in the stock market have seen very quiet action, what we would call coiling. And it's quietness that should make you nervous because when the market gets quiet, that's usually a sign of a top. And so this is the triggering event that finally breaks things loose. It triggers the avalanche to finally let go of all that pressure that's been building up.
Yeah, you make a very similar analogy to what Ed Yardeni said on air, I think on Monday, when he said, my biggest concern is there's nothing left to worry about. We had actually come all the way back from that April sell-off to say tariffs, that's kind of on the back burner. Inflation, the economy, everything was kind of moving in the right direction. And now, obviously, we introduce a new element to the wall of worry.
And it's an unknown element because we don't know what this means because we haven't been through this all that often. And so if you get an earnings report, okay, we know how to interpret an earnings report, but we don't know how to interpret nuclear strikes against nuclear facilities because they've only happened about 3 or 4 other times. And so most people haven't lived through that. And this is just as we didn't know how to live through the tariff announcements on Liberation Day. Everybody freaked out because they didn't know what this was all about. They have a new thing that they don't know what it's all about. But this is all part of a larger cycle. We're supposed to have a down month in the month of June just for normal seasonality ahead of the July seasonal top. But there's longer cycles that say that this is supposed to be a bear market year. 26 is supposed to be a great bull market year, and I'm looking forward to a great bull market, just not yet.
Maybe so sell in June, I guess, and wait till 26 or something like that. But because you have had such experience throughout these conflicts, but you also are always looking at kind of the technicals and the large. So that's the setup that you foresee as a market that will continue to weaken?
Yes, and the troubling thing is that we've seen strong breadth numbers. The New York Stock Exchange advanced decline line is possibly the best indicator of liquidity, and it's made new all-time highs, which normally that's a really bullish thing. Gobs of liquidity is a wonderful thing. But we've seen this scenario before. We saw it in 2015 after the first bottom, and you even had a Zweig breadth thrust in 2015 that signaled, hey, everything's happening great, and it did happen great, but only after a retest. We also saw this in August of 2022. Strong breadth on a counter trend rally fooled a lot of people into saying that there's a new uptrend starting, and one did, but only after a retest of the low, and so I'm expecting the similar scenario to play out this year. There's going to be a great bull market coming. It's just not coming here yet, and there's some protection you need to do in the meantime.
Interesting. Samir, jump in here. How are you analyzing the situation?
Yeah, Kelly, we just rolled out our mid-year outlook, and in it we talked about, look, our year-end target on the S&P is 6,000, so we're in the realm of fair value. And I guess, along the lines of nothing to worry about, I think there's plenty to worry about. I think the tricky part is the market looks at all the worries and just assumes they'll work out for the best, right? Whether it's trade, whether it's this particular situation, I guess we'll take kind of the under, so to speak. So it wouldn't surprise us if the next 5 to 7%, is to the downside. Again, we don't see a revisit to those April lows unless all the Liberation Day tariffs come back to all those high levels. We think that's a pretty low likelihood. Or if things in the Middle East get very out of hand, again, that seems pretty unlikely, although this probably has the ability to linger for a bit. So most of our opportunities are kind of found below the surface, right? So we are most favorable on energy. We're favorable on commodities, and within commodities, we like energy and precious metals. So those have been good places to kind of find value. Financials, tech, comm services, all of those areas. And then a recent upgrade was utilities. We think those are the places that investors should focus if you get pullbacks.
Yeah, so in other words, this situation is not the worst place for to be for those kinds of positions you were already looking at. Tom, what do you think about oil and commodities?
Crude oil is supposed to be going up this year. It's gotten a little bit ahead of itself with the reaction to the Israel strikes. But as a setup to this, the non-reportable traders in the weekly commitment of traders report, those are the small speculators, they have been terribly, terribly bearish on oil. They've been thinking, oil's going to keep going down forever.
Right.
And that's
a sign.
The market really likes to punish the small speculators when they all gang up and go too far the other way. And so we're seeing the oil price go up just to foil the crowd. And we'll see when we get Friday's COT report data out later today how they may have adjusted this week. But that data won't even reflect these events because it's as of Tuesday. But crude oil also tends to follow gold prices with a lag time of about 20 months. And so if you remember what gold was doing 20 months ago, it was starting a great new bull market. Crude oil is now getting to the echo point of that.
I hope you're not right about, well, I guess energy investor, it's shriveled to 3% of the S&P or something like that. I didn't know if that was literally because the technology could be going away. I mean, on some level, the energy transition happens, right?
And rig counts are bottoming out. Nobody's going to ever drill for oil anymore.
Right.
We'll see how that goes.
So how much higher do you think it could go based on those kind of patterns?
I don't forecast how far, but forecast the when. And gold prices topped out about 3 months ago, so you can figure about 20 months after that is at the end of the great uptrend in oil prices. So there's a long way for oil prices to trend up. It won't be in a straight line either. It'll be a bumpy uptrend. There'll be opportunities along the way, but I'm very bullish on oil and the oil sector. Also bullish on fertilizer because I'm expecting agriculture is going to start using more and more fertilizer as when grain prices.
No me había percatado, ya me quité la gorra, o sentido ese sentimiento de que ya es viernes. 44. ¿Cuándo? 11 de junio. Todavía no. Ok.
Since the 47% year to date. So you think even better than that?
I think there's more yet to come. It's not done.
Wow. All right. Samir, wrap it up for us, especially as we head into the weekend and with these, between what Tom's saying about longer term cycles here that could be bullish for crude and what our geopolitical guest said could be a drawn out conflict. How should investors then position and think about the rest of the year at this point?
Yeah, Kelly, great question. And look, I mean, I'm so surprised that markets are basically within, a couple, 0.5% of basically,
Because of the weakness in the dollar and some of the trends he's seeing, Samir, I don't know if you'd, put too much on that one way or the other.
I think both trades have gone so long, so wouldn't say that, this might not be a longer-term turning point for emerging markets, but if you look at year-to-date, I mean, it's all on hope. It's not on earnings estimates. It's not on anything the Chinese have done. To your point, it's almost all on the dollar, and I think the dollar's at a point now where it probably reverses.
And Tom, a quick last word on that.
Yeah, dollar got way overdone on the tariff worries. It got way overdone to the upside when Trump got elected, and everybody was celebrating that Trump was going to fix everything, and it's all going to be wonderful, and trees are going to grow the sky. And then as the tariff announcements came out, the dollar overdid it to the downside. I'm looking for yields to go higher after June. June should be a good month for bonds, meaning yields coming down. And then later this year, yields should rise, and that should help bring the dollar back up because people who are in other currencies will want to get the higher yields they can get in dollars.
Well, I'm pleased that you were here today to really give us some perspective around these events, and maybe you'll come back and we can check in on those forecasts in a little bit later on this year. Samir, thanks, and Tom McClellan, thanks. We really appreciate it today to both of you.
Thanks, Kelly.
Coming up, oil prices are hitting their highest level since January in the wake of Israel's attack on Iran. We'll look at the key factors for energy next. Plus, defense stocks are moving higher with RTX, I should say, formerly Raytheon, hitting a new all-time high. We'll look at the spending outlook for the sector with some Doge pressures to face.
Se me está trabando la compu. Inclusive, no sé, obviamente no he visto mis directos completos. O sea, checo que se vea el inicio, se escuche bien. El final siempre es abrupto, como hace rato que se fue la luz. Solo se corta la señal y ya. Pero bueno, como que rechazada. Listo. Otra vez.
Uptrend ever since the coined term the year of efficiency, but it's been years of efficiency at this point. So big picture here, what else are you seeing?
Yeah, if you look at the 3-year weekly chart, the primary trend has obviously been to the upside. We had a little bit of a bull flag pattern taking place, a consolidation to the downside, once again touching that $482 level. But we have now recaptured that primary trend. We are above the 20-week moving average. We also have RSI, still in an upward formation, making higher lows as well as higher highs, and then that MACD also in a positive formation as well. Any type of pullback, once again, getting back to around $620 if you're looking at the weekly chart here, but the primary trend is still to the upside. This looks like a decent long-term chart after having some weakness way back in October of 2022.
Yeah, and it's been, I mean, as you can see there, really a nice uptrend ever since. So to give Meta that credit, they've never seen, even the pressure we saw earlier this year hasn't really created a huge blip in a consistent, steady uptrend. So appreciate that. Now, as we look to trade this name for example purposes, as always, Alex, walk us through the thinking. I know that there's always a lot of interest in Meta as well as even Microsoft, two of the most.
¿Cuántas aplicaciones marca? A ver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 aplicaciones. Y ya se está trabando esto. Muy mal. Debería tener como 15 aplicaciones abiertas con todos los programas de trading, otra pantalla conectada, o sea, en total son 4 pantallas tomando en cuenta la laptop. Y pues así, pero pues miren, se traba. Tiene que ser una con 32 de RAM al menos.
Looking to spend half the width of the strikes or less. So in that case, if it was half the width of the strikes, it'd be $2.50. That makes the break even $6.95. You're going to need less than one, full percentage point there to get to that break even. So let's call that kind of in the wheelhouse of where we're currently trading. And then if it just gets up above 697.5, which again is within that 1% move, this one has a chance to make 250. So in a sense, you're making a risk profile that says, I think it's going to be higher next week. It might be near $700 a share, and if it does happen, I can make $250. And if it doesn't, I risk $250. So setting up equal risk to reward, looking for that move higher.
Yeah, and so now to talk another name that's also seeing similar pressure today. Microsoft down modestly, about 0.5%, but a name that is far closer to its all-time highs. I mean, Microsoft has quietly just made a really nice uptrend ever since its earnings, and we've been in a whole new range. So, Kevin, walk us through the latest in this chart as we've pulled back now about 0.9% from that all-time high touched earlier this week.
Out here, breaking above that $468-ish area to the upside, and you continue to see some positive buying activity taking place right now. If you look over the last year, we did have pretty much for the better part of all of last year was trading within a range to the lows at around $400 to the highs sitting at around $450. And then we saw a breakdown. Now, this breakdown coincided with the broader equity market, but we did see some weakness from their own fundamentals here. And you started seeing individuals actually selling the stock a little bit earlier, leveraging that 20-day moving average as an area of resistance until we have, once again, a formation of a double bottom sitting at around that $360 level. And then we've been moving higher ever since. I get concerned about that gap. It's a pretty large gap on this chart between $400 and $425. I would not be surprised over time that actually does come back and try to get at least tested. But we are in a positive uptrend ever since that gap here. The 20-day moving average is going to be your first area of support. Right now, that's at around $460. RSI still in the overbought territory, but it's been able to maintain at these levels. So we're not seeing a full-on crack yet when it comes to momentum. MACD maybe signifying that momentum is a little bit shifting here, but that's
Qué bonito es el
have
análisis
to understand
técnico
that
en
because of that gap
swap,
is so
chart swap.
aggressive. It's an exponential moving average or two exponential moving averages for that.
And also, since Iran now exports so much to China, basically 100% of their oil exports, which are so key for the economy, are now going to China, it does kind of change the calculation a little bit. And when you look at kind of the regional conflict and whether or not the parties want any type of price spike.
Halima mentioned this yesterday as well, but Karg Island is where Iran's crude exports largely go through. Is that right?
That's right. So more than 90% of their exports are from Karg Island, which is a very small island in the northern portion of the Persian Gulf. And that has not been targeted. It was targeted before in the 1980s by Iraq when they wanted to get the U.S. involved. But since then, it has not been targeted. And the fact that Israel did not choose to target that is notable.
Well, maybe they know that if there was a big response in oil, the U.S. might jump in and try to do something to ameliorate the situation. Pippa, thanks. Appreciate it. Pippa Stevens. For more on where energy prices go from here, let's bring in Dan Pickering from Pickering Energy Partners. Dan, it's great to see you. Always a crisis. I think I liked it better with negative oil, but then it was COVID. So what's your sense about what to do with crude now for investors who might have been way on the sidelines, given up on the sector, and for those who are wondering what's going to happen to gasoline prices from here? What do you tell them all?
Yeah, I think the easy answer on the gasoline side is oil price goes up, gasoline.
De que se está desacelerando Tesla. Vamos a ver. No creo, pero vamos a ver.
Everyone has said today on your network is what happens next. So I think we really have to see if there's an escalation here. Pippa's reporting's right on. You know, there's a ton of influence in the Middle East and the crude markets, but we have not had physical shortages. So I think that this is something that you'd wish you had the insurance around the energy sector and commodities before today. The question is, do you buy that insurance now?
Right, exactly. What do you think? If you everyone's got to kind of make these calls on some level with no better information than anyone else has, basically.
That's right. I'm somewhat skeptical that we're going to see a dramatic escalation here. It's in everyone's best interest to keep the energy markets flowing. All the developed countries, Israel, et cetera, Do you want $100 oil and inflation? If you're Iran, you don't want to be messing with the infrastructure of the Middle East or your own, because that's your revenue generating capability. So my guess is that if you didn't have the insurance, I don't know that I buy it in front of this weekend. If we have escalation but no infrastructure damage or infrastructure attacks, then maybe next week we soften up a bit.
All right. And Dan, just sit right there, if you would, as we bring in Richard Bronze as well. He's Energy Aspects Head of Geopolitics. And Richard, same question to you. I mean, do you view this as basically a sell the news kind of event, or with those, our analysts earlier and others who say, no, this is going to be a drawn out situation and maybe keep some upward pressure on crude for some time?
I definitely think it's going to be drawn out. I think it will be early, particularly heading into a weekend with so much uncertainty, to be thinking about selling or kind of shorting at this stage. But as your last guest was kind of mentioning, the probability of this turning into a supply disruption isn't that high. There's a lot of risk. There are various routes it could happen, but we're not seeing it yet. And there are also reasons we might not see it in the future. But timing it and taking that view of when you feel confident enough to do that, I think today is a bit too early.
What would be your call on what happens with the U.S.-Iran nuclear deal or lack thereof at this point, Richard?
Well, clearly President Trump wants to use this current situation to put pressure on Iran. He wants them to come back to the table and he wants them to make more compromises. But I don't think the Iranians are going to be open to negotiating this situation. I think, if anything, they will be assessing their options and even thinking about, do they do that breakout? Do they take the nuclear material they have, the equipment that hasn't all been destroyed yet, and do they actually try and go for a bomb? That's not a certainty, but I think Iran is weighing up, and I don't think it's going to be ready to offer terms to the Trump administration right here and now.
Dan, are there any clever ways for investors like you who are deep in the weeds of the energy space all the time here? I mean, do any more tactical moves come to mind beyond trying to wager on the direction of crude one way or the other when it comes to the energy space broadly?
Yeah. The question is, should we be looking for interesting niches, or do we just kind of hit it head on? I think that energy is inexpensive as it is. I mean, crude's rallied, but it's only $72. These stocks are cheap. I kind of think about it right here, right now. If you're going to play, why not play with the big, well-known names? Exxon as a major. Why not Diamondback, a low-cost producer in the Permian? Symbol Fang. Why not Schlumberger, SLB? The biggest oilfield service company in the world. I don't think you have to get too cute at this point. We've got some downside. You got to be ready to buy more on that downside. But I think it's too early to go digging around in the weeds for a unique situation.
Got it. This is maybe just an opportunity for a space that has been struggling, suffering, whatever you want to call it. Gentlemen, thanks. Dan Pickering, Richard Bronze, we appreciate it this hour. Our market coverage of Israel's attack on Iran continues next. Stocks are off their session lows, but the Dow turning negative for the week now, while the S&P and NASDAQ try to hang on to their gains since Monday. And as we head to break, check out shares of Adobe dropping 7%, despite beating estimates on the top and bottom lines in its earnings report and even raising its full-year guidance. It's still down, as mentioned, about 5%. On the flip side, Oracle is the best performer in the S&P today, hitting another all-time high. This is after its 15% jump on earnings earlier this week. It's up 7% today and 23% now since Monday. Best week in more than 2 decades. G Squared Capital's Victoria Green told us she thinks the stock can still climb 70% from here. To find out why, just scan that QR code or head to cnbc.com/propick. More of today's biggest movers after this.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals. Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué? No digas. No puede ser. Bueno, mientras no se me trabe el de inversiones, no hay falla. Pero vean, ya valió. Ya no quiere trabajar para mí. Ánimo. El café está bueno. A ver. Ya está eso. Vamos a ponerle paloma. cumpliendo los objetivos del día en mi libretita. A ver, edit, inform. Edit, got it. Consider it done. Ahora. Es que en sí Brave fue el que chafió, o sea. Todos los demás navegadores sí me están respondiendo, pero Brave no. No, esperen, ya. ¿Qué pasó, amiguito? Voy a hacer el Barney que hace de el meme. Venga, puedes. Bien.
But notice what Evercore ISI says, which is that they delivered solid results, but it's unlikely to pull investors off the sidelines. So we were talking about this. B of A said this around RH, saying it's a show me story. I think with these uncertainties that you're talking about with what AI is going to do, perhaps Adobe's in that show me camp as well, Diane.
Yeah, and maybe there just needs to be more meat on the bone. They have to be a clear front runner in this space. But to your point about how analysts, it's not like analysts are completely, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because you do see some upgraded price targets on Adobe today off the back of their numbers. And it doesn't help that we're seeing some pressure on the broader market overall because of the geopolitical tensions given the Israel airstrikes on Iran. So that's obviously just, kind of throwing cold water across the broad market. But right now, to your point, Alex, it does seem to be more of a show me story, but analysts are largely in the neutral to bullish camp, especially there's more than double in the bullish camp when it comes to Adobe compared to neutral. I only found one underperform rating on Adobe. And then you have, increasing price targets today from different analysts here. B of A has lifted their price target to $475 a share, maintaining that buy rating. Oppenheimer, they have adjusted their price target lower to 500, but they're still outperformed. They have an outperformer rating on Adobe here. So clearly the analyst community still sees upside from here, though the investor reaction today does not reflect that.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I mean, I saw all the same, the upside from the street, and it's amazing. No reflection of that in price today. So this is always a great example of everything you could be said right, and it's just still, I guess, not good enough. So we appreciate that, Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers, for all of the help there with the Adobe fundamental story behind its earnings. And as we look now to, again, trade this name, it does feel like you are always a bit behind, of course, chasing an earnings move, but maybe looking to see, I mean, hopefully that show me story takes some hold today after a 5% move to the downside.
Yeah, maybe it does, but maybe it's going to take some time. And so rather than looking for additional downside or playing for recovery, I looked at a neutral to bearish strategy, just saying, hey, maybe there's going to be a near-term ceiling on just how much demand these shares carry. And so looking at selling a call vertical, again, just going out to next week. It's the 402.5 strikes calls that were selected. 70-cent credit, so very similar to what we looked at Microsoft, except this is the neutral to bearish version, not the neutral to bullish put vertical like we looked at in Microsoft, but collecting 5 cents less. So 70 cents here means you risk 180, chance to make 70, break even just over 400. Look, with the stock that trades, 390, 400, it's increasingly less likely that it's going to end up between the strikes. It's certainly possible, especially with a short amount of time. But when you put this type of a trade on, especially if you don't plan to manage it early in some capacity, it's likely the stock's going to rally through your strikes and you're going to be at max loss, or it's going to be well below them, and it's going to expire worthless. You'll have max profit. So knowing this risk profile, this teal elongated Z, I think is important with this type of strategy, especially a shorter dated one.
Yeah, that's also a good point there. And, looking to play into some of the earnings volatility, although I'm sure we'll see some of that dust settle as we go into next week. As of course, this trading week is almost over, although it has felt like about 3 weeks packed into one. We'll leave it there, though, for FOMO. Now, coming up next, we have a fun conversation with the CEO of Venue Holdings, as this name is actually making a really nice move today, up 2% in spite of the overall market pressure. We'll discuss the latest with live events and the overall industry trends right now shaping music.
Y al rato por esa musiquita me banean.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
¿Dónde estás, amiguito? ¿Dónde estás? ¿Dónde estás? ¿Dónde estás?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to talk the latest trends in the music industry. A fun conversation for you all today. And we are now joined by J.W. Roth, the CEO and chairman of Venue Holding Corporation. So, J.W., thank you so much for being with us first and foremost. But you have some interesting developments in the private and public partnerships world for live music. So walk us through the latest. We're so excited to talk to you today.
Jenny, it's great to be here, and I appreciate you being here. You know, live music has been on fire. Ticket demand is highest point in history, across $38 billion this year. The supply of new artists, it's fun to be in the music business today.
When you talk about the live music space being on fire, how much of that juice was just brought by megastars, the Taylor Swifts, the Beyoncés that are selling out stadiums? You mentioned new artists and kind of up-and-comers. Are they able to kind of ride those coattails now that we're back out and we're going to live events?
Absolutely, and there's no question about that. You know, over the last 4 years, we've built some indoor, smaller venues that see the smaller artists. And, we book over 100 to 125 shows per year in those smaller venues. And we're seeing the demand just as high in the smaller venues as we're seeing in our bigger venues, like the Ford Amphitheater in Colorado Springs.
Okay, yeah, and I know we've seen like crazy growth as a result of, and thank goodness, the live events and live concerts returning. But so within this space, is there any risk of like the I hate to even say it, but the Taylor Swift effect, where then she tours and there's the Eras Tour and there's huge unprecedented demand, and then we see a blip when like a massive artist, then the tour ceases? Or is it more just we can consistently see new artists come to tour? I mean, is there any influx as a result of who's touring in that given year?
You know, when you talk about the Taylor Swift effect, you're talking about stadium sort of tours, and I can see where you can maybe see that blip, maybe, but in your amp tours that we have and your smaller venue tours, we're just not seeing that. You know, I'm in McKinney, Texas today. We're getting ready to do our groundbreaking here on what will be the largest fully seated multi-seasonal amphitheater ever built in history. It's a $350 million project that we're launching in a public-private partnership with the city of McKinney here. And I can tell you that interest in playing this amp is as high as I've ever seen it. And it's still, 9 to 10 months away from its opening.
Talk to us a little bit about the business behind things, the demands there as you talk about. Obviously, there's interest in communities with these public and private partnerships, but rates high, big projects even for smaller amphitheaters, given
¿Qué significa LGBT? Las gordas bien tetonas.
For these type of venues. When you're looking for financing, when you're talking about dollars and cents, how does it play out?
So right now, it's a good question, Alex. We're building about $1.2 billion worth of amps right now. We'll build about $3 billion worth of them over the next 3 to 4 years. Our financing is pretty simple. We have 35 to 45% of all of our financing comes from the municipality partnerships that we put together, and that's in the form of real estate and cash and tax incentives. And then we kind of stole a page out of the playbook of fractional ownership that a lot of the condo guys did years ago. And so what we do is we build our venues with an entity that we then go in and sell fractional ownership, much like you would sell a condominium. And that represents 35 to 40% of our overall financing. So at the end of the day, we end up with a smaller piece of the overall pie that we need to worry about in terms of financing, and that comes usually in the form of a sale leaseback of the properties. But that's what's worked out. That's worked out well for us.
Okay, and speaking to some of these properties, I'm curious how you go about selecting various locations and communities for these new venues.
So we start off by sort of a site criteria that comes in 3 buckets, right? So the first is what would sort of route together. It came off of Colorado Springs. We went to the Tulsa market at Broken Arrow, then on to Yukon in Oklahoma City, then to Dallas Fort Worth market, and then we're going to be off to El Paso and Houston. So first, what will route together? 2, what does the demographic look like in these markets? Is the demographic there to buy the tickets? What does the competition look like in those markets? And then what does the demographic look like to sell fractional ownership? What you have on the screen right there is the Ford Amphitheater in Colorado Springs. There's 132 fire pit suites in that amphitheater. And those fire pit suites sell between $300,000 and $1 million. So $300,000 on the low end, $1 million on the high end. Does the demographic of the specific location where we're going, does it fit that? So all of those things play into our site selection.
Talk to us a little bit about this partnership you guys recently announced with Billboard. Is that going to help make the fill in the stage a lot easier?
It does. But really, what we did there is, we came out of the gate, and my goal from the time I took this thing public was to build a company that is disruptive, right? And so our partnership with Billboard is around the Disruptor Award. And so Venue is going to sponsor that and get behind it, as well as Billboard. And what we're looking for there in that partnership is, 1, some visibility into the industry, and then as well, sort of to play a part in congratulating and shining a light on those in our space that are disruptors.
So right now, what is your biggest hurdle for the remainder of 2025? I know we talk a lot about the state of the consumer, the state of the overall macro environment. What is still the biggest challenge you foresee for the remainder of this year?
Maravilla.
Well, your pricing, right? So as you're building these amphitheaters, the inflationary pressures of construction are always sort of in your sights. And so I spend a lot of my day working through sort of how do you combat that? How do you price your suites right? What are the metrics that you use in putting your deals together with your municipalities? And so that at the end of the day, we have to build these so that they pencil. And so that's usually the pressure that we face. We just signed a great deal with Aramark. Just made that announcement this last week. They came on as a great partner, made a financial investment in the company. And so, in terms of our operating partners, AEG, we've got a good relationship with Live Nation. And so from an operating standpoint, I couldn't be more proud of the relationships that we've built and sort of how we're fitting in the space.
Along those lines, does it get easier then the more municipalities you work with, the more locations you have to break into new communities, show them the successes, the track records? As I imagine, every negotiation is not just different, but a lot different as different communities got different needs.
Totally. At the end of the day, communities are looking for boats that rise, or tides that rise all the boats, right? And so Venue has really been able to fill that space. We are absolutely a tide that raises all of the boats in that community. Colorado Springs is going to see over $1 billion over the first 120 months. Right here in McKinney, Younger and Associates did a big economic impact study, and it's $4.5 billion over the first 120 months of economic impact that the venue that we're building here will bring. So, to answer your question, every time we walk into a new community now, they know who we are. They know what we've done. And a lot of these communities are vying for our attention, and it's a good place for us to be.
Yeah, congratulations on all of your success, because it's very rare we get to discuss a name that's up 18% on the year and up, hey, today 2% in spite of the overall market's pressure. So we so appreciate it. Really great conversation on what is now making me want to attend one of these concerts after watching all of that great visual, but we appreciate it.
Tesla está dejando buenas ganancias hoy, pero Nasdaq ya se desaceleró. Obviamente se compró muy temprano, se compró por aquí. O sea, aún así la ganancia es muy mínima, pero pues no tenemos tema en dejarlo. Ya son las 12, gente. Creo que en la historia de directos, este ha sido el más largo. Miren, ahí va, ahí va. Ok. Vamos a probar, creo que no me banean si muestro contenido de YouTube, pero vamos a ver, vamos a probar.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more, all crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, host of Trading 360 and The Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
Whether you're a bull or bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It is under 30 time, and we are joined by George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network. George, we are speaking of Halliburton and broadly energy stocks across the board. Now, first question for you is, why is a name like Halliburton a little bit more sensitive to these kind of headlines than a name like Chevron? Because I think oftentimes, I guess maybe I just am somewhat simple, but I just see energy stocks and I see crude oil, but they don't all act the same.
Yeah, it's right. It's a good question, actually, Alex. Yeah, if you look at Halliburton, it's really tied to basically the upstream markets in the oil field services and exploration business. So they're the core when it comes down to drilling wells and capping wells and having that available marginal supply to major producing customers, which includes Chevron, because Halliburton is an oil and gas services equipment company. Chevron, on the other hand, and even companies like Exxon, they are oil companies, yes, but they're also sensitive to the other verticals in the oil, not necessarily the upstream markets, which include, of course, crude oil supply, but midstream markets like transportation. For instance, Chevron is a major oil transporter. They have their own pipelines, while they're also exposed to downstream customers from the standpoint of refining, gasoline, and even petrochemicals. So if you think about petrochemicals, that is a big component of companies like Chevron and Exxon's business. And those companies actually use a lot of energy to make chemicals. And so when energy prices rise, their upstream production business may actually do very well, but maybe their midstream and downstream businesses actually don't do as well. So they're a little bit more balanced in the energy complex, whereas Halliburton is really tied to oil. And one of the things you'll notice, the stock has been down, at least in the last year, by about 30 or so percent because oil prices have been down. And so at the margin, when it comes down to top line sales and earnings, at least last year, if you look at the last 4 quarters for Halliburton, sales were down by about 2.5%. They're expected to be down still by about 1.5%. And even earnings last year were down by about 7%, and still expected to be down about 3.5% in the forward 4 quarters.
Okay, so when we look at these, I mean, right now, predicted disruptions, especially in like the Strait of Hormuz I was reading about, I mean, how does this then play into Halliburton? Because to me, I hear disruption in production, I think it not a good thing. But I also think that when looking at, I mean, like oil having one of its best weeks since 2022, then they can understand why we're higher today in Halliburton, obviously.
Well, oil is really supply driven. And the reason I say supply driven, obviously you can't have supply without demand, but demand is relatively constant, relatively stable. So as population grows, the economy grows globally now, oil demand will grow. Really, the prices that fluctuate is a function of available supply. So, OPEC constraints, geopolitical tension constraints, military issues in certain regions of the world, that's a complete shift of supply to the backwards, and so that increases prices. So if you think about Halliburton, you have to look at the revenue base. About 40% of their revenues in North America, and it's relatively balanced. So they have a good exposure in the United States, where typically politics is a more stable and geopolitical tensions don't affect us as much domestically, at least from a supply standpoint. But their international markets are very broad, 70 countries, and with about 60% international exposure and sales. So as Brent crude prices, for instance, rise, or other areas of the world, those are going to be areas where demand for equipment rises and Halliburton's revenues rise, and that trickles down to the bottom line. So, I think if you look at crude oil as a whole, as a commodity, irrespective of the geopolitical tensions that have happened in short order, typically speaking, oil prices rise going into mid part of summer, and that's just the seasonal impact for oil. And I think irrespective of what's happening geopolitically, companies like Halliburton, Chevron, they started to pick up a little bit just from a seasonal and cyclical standpoint. And then, of course, with now the geopolitical tensions, with crude oil rising, you're seeing sort of an outsized move in a lot of these names.
George, real quick, is this just a business model that has downward pressure on it?
Well, that's a good question. At the end of the day, there's still going to be demand for oil service equipment. It really comes down to competition. Schlumberger is a big international competitor of Halliburton. Even companies like Exxon and Chevron have their own oil field services equipment divisions. I think it comes down to contracts, reputation, and, of course, balanced revenue streams across the globe, not necessarily in any particular country or any particular region of the United States, for that matter.
Yeah, and I think a good point there. And hey, having a nice day today at 4%, but still some fragility, I do think, with that business model, so exposed to the price, of course, of oil and everything we're seeing develop overseas. So we appreciate it, George. Of course, all the insight today and all the insight all week long, George Tillis. That'll also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for the week. Have a wonderful weekend all. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning Movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Vamos a checar si seguimos en vivo. Sí, seguimos en vivo, aquí todo bien. Sí, todo bien. Ok. Bajé por un pedido. Ya quedó.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange, and it's Friday the 13th. Markets are selling off. We are up off the lows. Of course, we had pressure early this morning when we learned of the strikes from Israel to Iran. That pressured the markets to have the Mideast risk really prevalent in the markets, and you saw oil moving to $77 a barrel. It was a big move. We haven't seen a move like that in oil. It was, 8% or something. We haven't seen that in 5 years. So, but things have calmed down now as the day has progressed, and our consumer sentiment print showed some optimism too. We have a lot to go through and preview our Fed meeting of next week. We'll look at the bond market following a successful 30-year bond auction, cooling inflation. We'll discuss the conversation of office space into residential space following post-COVID downturn in office occupancy. And we'll bring in our panel to cover the outlook for the Mag 7. The Mag 7 names that may be most attractive right now. Okay, let's take a look here at the markets. Still a winning week on Wall Street. You're seeing down arrows today, but the S&P and NASDAQ are clocking in the third winning week in a row after a great month of May. The S&P right now at 6,007. It's down just over 0.5% like the NASDAQ. The Dow is down 592 points and the Russell down 1.1%. Oil and gold are both higher. Gold's up $47 right now, and oil's up about $5, $73.05 the barrel. Worth noting that the VIX here is at 1978 and got up to a level of 22. That was the first time to be up there since May, so that was sort of a big deal to see the VIX, the fear index, getting that spike this morning. Bitcoin holding at 105,750, and the 10-year bond yield has crept higher throughout the states at 444. Jenny Horn, markets correspondent and co-host of Next Gen Investing, is with me, and we're taking a look at some specific names here on Wall Street, including Adobe. Some thoughts there.
So Adobe today, unfortunately, still is facing for its biggest percentage move to the downside since the last time we got its quarterly report. So the day following its March quarter earnings, we did see on the 13th about a 13.8% move. I will say to its credit that today's move to the downside, not nearly as stark as that sell-off, but now down 4 of the past 5 sessions, pulled back about 6% this week, while also being down about 5.5% month to date and down about 12% on the year. So what is a great example of, with relatively low expectations and actually really affordable forward PE, can still see pressure following earnings, is Adobe today. I have to say that I have parsed through every detail of this report, and it's very difficult to find exactly what the street didn't like. We saw double-digit growth for its digital media and digital experience segments, both rising 11 and 10% respectively. We also saw revenue that handily topped and also marked some overall acceleration from, what we saw a year ago. So earnings now for the remainder of this year expected to be between around $20.50, $20.70 a share. That is slightly higher than the prior guide they gave. Well, we also expect their second quarter adjusted earnings to be those came in slightly better than expected, but also were able to raise their full year revenue outlook slightly to 23.5 to 23.6 billion. Consensus was calling for around 23.5 billion. So ever so slightly at the high end of what the street had been expecting. They also did say that right now they continue to see this landscape only really in the beginning stages of AI, and the creative software offerings are driving, hopefully, these consistent customers. And also a primary sticky point, I think, was the consistent outlook for their digital media ARR, despite, of course, the quarterly beat and upbeat commentary around numerous product categories and features. So right now, their AI ARR is tracking ahead of the $250 million target for the end of the year, which some see as a positive signal of agility to drive this adoption. But overwhelmingly so, I think the broad takeaway, not to overcomplicate things, but is that the street was underwhelmed. The outlook still left, I think, a lot to be imagined. And I think that after Adobe driving so much consistency for its earnings for so many years, now we see a more challenged, a more, I'd say, definitely growing and facing the growing pains type of company than we did years ago when they had secured that software business model. So a different Adobe, and I think that pressure today also as a result of the overall market. But there was definitely a lot to like within this report. And sell side is mostly raising their price targets today, but you wouldn't know it based on prices. We're down about 5% on the session.
Yeah, raising their price targets, but as you noted, you wouldn't know it today because today is just really a down day on Wall Street pretty much across the board. How about Zscaler? A lot of opportunity here, a name that with cloud security is just jumping, has hit some new highs recently. A breakout moment maybe, I don't know. Tell us what's going on now.
Yeah, a starkly different chart and a different move today than Adobe is. I just hadn't had Zscaler on my radar since it reported earnings at the end of May, but we have been in a straight shot to the upside ever since, now establishing this new range around 302 to 306. We did peak out around 306.77 a share. So bouncing around this newly formed range, hugely encouraging. Now up about 65% year to date. And I had to check my platform about 3 times to make sure I was even reading these numbers correctly. Well, we pulled back about 1.5% from those highs. We do remain off of lows by about 97%. So what a move in Zscaler. And it has not been the most earnings movement-friendly environment for a lot of these cybersecurity names. We saw, downside following CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks, but Zscaler has continued to impress. And Wells Fargo today upgrading shares to
5 objetivos de los cuales llevamos 2. Sí, es cierto, hay que hacer el análisis semanal, pero es en 2 horas.
Adoption of agentic AI, which benefits many software names.
Está tomando un comportamiento lateral. Eso significa que se está consolidando el precio hacia arriba o hacia abajo. Así como lo veo yo, va hacia abajo. Y sí, lo más seguro es que después de este tipo de movimientos donde se empieza a consolidar, vaya hacia abajo. Ah, miren, por ejemplo, aquí se estuvo consolidando y cayó. Aquí no. Es muy particular, o sea, vean todo el gráfico así. Y es muy particular ver esta posición de aquí. Entonces se está consolidando y yo digo que sí, se va a consolidar hacia abajo o va a tocar el 330.20. No, pues ya, cayó. Va para abajo. Si pongo un audio de WhatsApp seguramente se va a escuchar, entonces al rato lo veo. ¿Qué más tenemos? ¿Qué más tenemos? ¿Qué más tenemos? Venga. A ver, ¿qué tenemos? ¿Qué tenemos? Sí, noticias. Stock falls after, a ver, siguen
Event,
hablando
but
de
it's
eso.
not a big economic event.
Ya, se acabó
And
el
so at
hype
this
para
point
Tesla,
now, when you
amigos,
see
ya,
sell-offs
vendan. Ya di las
and
indicaciones de
then
venta hace un ratote, pero
recouping up off the
ya.
lows of the day, does that reiterate sort of a mentality for investing, like buy on the dips?
Absolutely. I've been a buy on the dips guy for a while, and this reinforces that. When you think about the economy is doing fine. The growth rate has slowed a bit, and it's likely to slow a bit further, but the expansion is likely to continue. The Fed is on hold. They need to see whether the pressures for higher inflation are worse than they expect. But at the same time, they look at the growth rate of the economy and the unemployment rate. I think hiring is going to slow. We're seeing some a decline in labor force. So some people are being removed or disappearing from the labor force. So hiring is going to be slower, but the unemployment rate is at risk of going down. And that conflicts with the upward pressure on inflation. It makes it difficult for the Fed to target one, but not the other. And so the most likely course for the Fed is to buy time, do nothing, and let things play out.
And so it's interesting that you say that. So what will the Fed, or what should the Fed do in the next few meetings?
Well, for the near term, I think the Fed should do exactly what I think it's going to do, which is do nothing. Is inflation going to become entrenched, a higher inflation rate become entrenched? We're certainly going to see a pickup between oil prices and tariffs. No question that's going to push prices higher. But is that going to be on a recurring basis, or is it a one-time deal? Fed doesn't know yet. We don't know. Investors don't know. The flip side is that growth is going to be a little slower. That would argue for lower interest rates. But at the same time, if hiring slows, but the unemployment rate comes down, or the labor market gets tighter, and so wage inflation pressures rise, not fall, then that's an argument. That's certainly not an argument for lowering interest rates. So I think the Fed wants to see how this plays out. There are a lot of cross currents, and then you have all of these extra uncertainties thrown in, like the geopolitical situation in the Middle East. So if the path forward is unclear, and it is certainly unclear, the Fed will do nothing.
You said I like financials, notably the banks, midstream energy companies like pipelines, real estate investment trusts. That's a good list there. Tell me a little bit about that kind of strategy for investors.
Well, it depends, of course, on what the investor needs. For the kind of income investors whose accounts I manage an income with growth account, which means I focus on maximizing income for clients, but it's equity based, so the income grows over time to keep up with inflation. And there are a whole bunch of companies that are very attractive. I'll give you a class of those. So one of those are real estate investment trusts, and in particular the nursing homes. They still have not fully recovered from the shutdowns that occurred during the pandemic. They're still in recovery mode. Occupancy rising every single quarter. They're making more money. The path ahead is for more of that. The population is still getting older, so they have a lot of nice tailwinds, and there's still more recovery ahead. And they offer very good, very attractive yields these days of 6 to 8%. So that's one area that's attractive. I think the banks are also attractive. The financials are in great shape. The government is deregulating. They're going to have more capital released off their balance sheet because of changes in regulations. And there's some fundamentals in place for different banks that are very, very positive. So I like Wells Fargo. I like Citigroup. JP Morgan is the most expensive of the lot, and yet it's still a very, very good company. I mean, it's the creme de la creme of the banking sector, so very attractive. And Citi is very attractive as they continue to reduce costs, restructure the franchise, and increase profitability and returns on equity.
And which pipelines did you like when you talked about energy, midstream energy companies? Which names did you like there?
Well, Energy Transfer is my favorite. They are very well positioned. They're probably going to start a big operation in Lake Charles, which will be a natural gas, an LNG export facility. They're not quite there yet in terms of approval. They don't have enough contracts signed, but that's probably coming. And what's happened in the Middle East is probably only going to reinforce that. So that's one that I really like. MPLX is another nice high-yielding pipeline. Again, it does more natural gas gathering. So I'm favoring the natural gas players over the oil players. Natural gas is, in my judgment, still the place to be in the energy sector.
Yeah. Chuck Lieberman, great to chat with you today, and buying the dips too. Chief Investment Officer, Advisors Capital Management. Chuck, thank you. Coming up, we'll focus on the bond market ahead of next week's Fed meeting. And the momentum, what about the equity market? Where should we be looking here? The watch list will be right back.
¿Va a hablar la Fed? ¿En serio? Porque ahorita lo que estaban hablando es que se acerca la reunión de la Reserva Federal, el Banco Nacional de Estados Unidos, quien toma las decisiones de política monetaria y analiza el empleo, fomenta el empleo y todo eso. Entonces lo que estaban diciendo es que, oye, pues es que la inflación está aumentando. Tenemos tensiones en la guerra, lo cual causa inflación, y tenemos los aranceles, lo cual causa más inflación. ¿Qué crees que haga la Fed? Y él dijo, nada. Y la realidad es que sí, yo en lo personal pienso que no va a hacer nada hasta que terminen las negociaciones con los países, en cuanto terminen estas negociaciones de aranceles. Entonces en los próximos meses, julio, agosto, septiembre, se verá un asentamiento de por fin cómo va a ser, cómo van a correr en los siguientes años los aranceles de Estados Unidos en relación económica a otros países. Hasta que eso pase, y va a ser en septiembre, entonces la Reserva Federal va a decir, ok, llega septiembre, ya pasó todos los datos que vimos, y pues vamos a hacer esto. Chido, va. Y pues ya, así vamos ahorita. Mientras sigamos viendo qué onda, porque miren, Tesla ya fue, ya perdió nuestra atención. Ahora yo digo que podemos ver Netflix. Eso suena raro. MicroStrategy, no, también ya fue MicroStrategy, vean. O sea, ahora sí ya, miren, son las 12:15 y el mercado ya está mostrando señales de desacelerar. Vean, o sea, desaceleramiento, pero del bueno, vean, ya fue. Ya. ¿Qué hacemos en estos casos? Nada. Bueno, podemos volver a comprar productos porque hay liquidez. Va, los agarramos más baratos, no hay bronca, como en la mañana. Miren, volatilidad, hermoso la volatilidad. Y ya, ya se había comprado, pero por cierto, o sea, el corto del Bitcoin está creciendo Pero, ok, es que ya está cayendo el Bitcoin. O sea, Ethereum ahorita lo vi, ya está en 47,000 pesos un Ethereum. Yo creo que se abarate más todavía. Mm, BXX, vamos a ver. Volatilidad es lo que se está poniendo atractivo ahorita. Entonces, vamos a ver. Tenemos 8 de volatilidad, genial. Seguramente, siempre también lo que pasa es que los fines de semana, o sea, los viernes es cuando pasan las malas noticias. Siempre. O sea, es muy raro lo que voy a decir, pero es como en una simulación o como en esas caricaturas de Rick y Morty o ese tipo de contextos donde el sistema o los acontecimientos ya son sistemáticos. Entonces pasa el viernes, y lo he dicho muchas veces, llega sábado, domingo, se resetea el cerebro humano para la mayoría de la gente, y llega el lunes y ya, todo bien, ya pasó. Entonces, claro, para los mercados funciona así. El viernes es la mala noticia, llega sábado, domingo, lunes, y los mercados el lunes sienten ese choque. Entonces, por eso es bueno luego incluso comprar cortos o volatilidad, como aquí lo vemos, en viernes para vender en lunes. En algunos casos pasa así. En caso de que no, no pasa nada. Hay más activos, hay diversificación, hay manejo de riesgo, o sea, hay muchas cosas. Y así como va la cosa, tomamos rendimientos en donde podemos ahorita y vendemos cierto.
Following an explicit directive, continue to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. So that is a live look at Tel Aviv following an Iranian missile attack on, we know that Tel Aviv, as you just saw, was attacked. We believe Jerusalem was also attacked as well, but that is a live look at Tel Aviv. I actually spoke last night to a gentleman, Kelly, at dinner, whose wife and 4-year-old daughter are in Tel Aviv, there for a sister's high school graduation. They're scared. The airspace is closed. People are afraid, probably also afraid in Tehran as well, because they're now being hit for what their leadership, the Ayatollah Khomeini and some of the top military rulers, which do not reflect most of the views of the people that I know who are originally from Iran.
I think it's also worth going back to the last similar skirmish like this that broke out several months ago, in which the attack and the response was basically all there was to the story. And that could be one reason why, despite somewhat of a market response, a lot of people are trying to look past this and say, can it remain contained to a regional conflict that doesn't have to, turn into something much bigger? If this is different, what happens after right now will be the point at which we find out whether it is going to be a lot different than what we saw in the past.
Yeah, and Dom, again, to Kelly's point, I think this is really critical what she's saying, which is that on October 1st of last year, Iran attacked Israel. Israel then on October 27th fired back. We saw oil move up. We saw markets move down. We've actually reversed since then. Oil is now lower than it was then. Obviously, the horrific attacks of October 7th, 2023. You go back to the October 2020, I think it was, killing of the Iranian leader Soleimani, to which to this day, former Secretary of State Michael Pompeo effectively has to move houses every couple days because the Iranians have said they're going to kill him and his family, basically a fatwa for the rest of his life. I bring those up because this is a market. I don't want to say that's become inured.
Desensitized.
Better word.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And will react accordingly or not react accordingly.
No, I choose to think that the reason why you're seeing some of this action now is because there are more data points to factor in. So that all of a sudden, all of those things that you said, with every subsequent precedent that is set, there is a new set of, I guess, constructs that are developed. The desensitizing, if you want to call it that, it comes because there are now more examples that you can draw from. I would also point out that if you're talking about things like what's happening with treasuries, there are now, in the last 6 to 9 months, way more catalysts on that treasury. Now, the safety trade is front and center right now, but we have not yet forgotten, or traders haven't, are still trying to handicap what's happening with the deficit issues in America, the fiscal situation and whatnot. So if you have all of those things pushing and pulling at the same time, that may be one of the reasons why you're seeing not as much of a reaction in the traditional sense of what we would normally see in the 10-year yield and everything else. So those are the types of things that I think the market is handicapping in real time, which is why you're not seeing the massive volatility in the macro trade that you normally would with this.
You're a former mutual fund, so we could talk to you about this. You're a former mutual fund portfolio manager, which is, and we've got Michael O'Hanlon, I know, on the phone. We've got a lot more to do, folks, which is, we also have a Federal Reserve, which has resisted calls by the White House so far to lower rates, saying it's just not warranted right now. There's an inflationary aspect to this, which we'll talk about later on the show with Torsten Slok. But is this also, do you think, Dom, and I'm asking you to editorialize, apologies, that this is a market that will sort of know that the Federal Reserve might have its collective back?
Yes, that's a factor, for sure. And we're saying this on the eve-ish of a big interest rate decision that's coming up, right, in the next few days, in the next week or so. The idea, though, is, and I hate to use this word because it has such a negative connotation in the markets, but is it transitory, right? If the Federal Reserve is looking at the inflationary threat of what's happening with rising crude prices have been there for geopolitical concerns in the past, and as we've seen over the medium to longer term, have still been heavy, drifting to the downside. To your point, Brian, even with the spike right now, we are still below some of those levels that we've seen over the course of the past year when there have been massive geopolitical responses. That's, of course, the product of a lot of variables, supply and demand dynamics, mostly the supply side of things right now. That's a big question. If that is, in fact, the case, maybe oil becomes, yes, a relatively insulated part of the market that reacts directly. But the rest of the stuff that happens is not as much. And by the way, when you see rockets flying and missiles flying,
as we just did,
so what I want to
in real time,
what I would like to see a little bit more and maybe analyze a little bit more is just how much those defense contracting stocks are reacting to this. We had seen a move off the highs of the session for many of those major defense contractors, those primes, so to speak.
Let's put them up.
Yeah, if we
I don't know if we have. We're kind of producing. Folks, you're watching and listening as we also produce.
This is real-time production.
There we go. Great job, guys. Thank you. Northrop, Lockheed, look at that. 3% moves on all of them.
During Squawk Box this morning, some of those names, those defense primes, were up higher than they are right now.
So is oil. Oil.
Right. So we've come off the best levels of the session right now. And when you see General Dynamics or names like that, only, and I say only tongue-in-cheek, relatively speaking, up 2% as opposed to the 4 or 5% that we saw for some of these names earlier, does that then mean that we are still trying to figure out whether or not this thing is contained as much as it is, as much as it can be for this time being?
Just going to point out Bitcoin's lower. So if you were looking for it to confirm gold as the new safe haven trade, it's under a little bit of pressure. I don't want to make too much of it. Just want to add as well, the Iranian State News Agency has confirmed that their response has begun. They said Iran's response to Israel has begun. Hundreds of ballistic missiles have been launched. As we saw there on the screen, of course, it appears that Israel already has intercepted many of them. There are no reports yet of any casualties. We're hearing from the UK's leader as well, saying he spoke to Trump, emphasized the importance of de-escalating the conflict, echoing what we've heard from Macron and other European leaders, and that he respects Israel's right to self-defense.
And Macron was, I think, France was the first foreign country leader to come out and expressly say, we will support Israel in this. I think when you look at it, and let's throw the price of oil up if we can as well, folks. The OPEC meeting just ended. There is a big OPEC seminar on July 9th and 10th. Maybe we will be there now, but we don't know. It's not a meeting, but it does have the ability for them to get into a room, and the diplomacy that can happen. I've watched it happen in real life, in real time. The diplomacy that can happen when the Iranians, the Emiratis, the Saudis, the Russians, everybody gets into the same room to talk about a common goal is kind of amazing to watch. And this could actually help, I don't want to say solve this, but mitigate it.
Let's not forget some of the earlier missiles that were shot down were done so over Jordanian territory and other Arab countries in the region. We are hearing from Iran's leader Khamenei as well, who says that Israel won't be allowed to do a hit-and-run attack. This was in a recorded statement. He said that Israel started the strikes and initiated a war. Again, that's Iran's supreme leader there. Recorded statement that is now being released to the public as the country itself confirms what we all could tell by watching there, that its response to Israel has been.
And if you're just joining us now, and I know that a lot of you are because this is happening real time, I believe we do have a replay. So I want to be clear. This is a replay a few minutes ago of Israeli defense missiles intercepting missiles from Iran over Tel Aviv. And it looks like the majority, let's hope all of them, Dom, were indeed hit their target. It is something to watch this in real time. And let's not forget there are millions of people who are living, children, the elderly, underneath that, watching and listening to this in real time.
But the view right now, Brian and Kelly, to your point, is that, again, it's not that we want to put this from a market perspective. It is the reason why we're telling you this right now is because we are trying to put the market moves in context for what is going on right now on the ground in Israel.
Yep.
We are moving towards.
By the way, that's why people watch and listen to us.
Sure.
Can we call this session lows? I mean, we're down almost 800 points.
It is for the Dow. It is for the Dow right now. I think we're close to there for the S&P 500. And the S&P is currently down just about 1%, I want to say. So we are kind of getting towards those session lows, but we are not there yet. For the NASDAQ composite, we are not at session lows either. We saw those earlier on today. Oh, that's a good point. So if you put the VIX up there, again, the volatility index has nuances about the way that it tracks and the number that it comes out there.
It measures option spreads, not pure risk, but it measures the risk through options effectively.
Over the kind of recent market history, the long-term average has been roughly around 18 to 20.
It's up.
I want to say it's, just around 21 right now. So it is elevated, as we can see here, especially over the course of just the last couple of hours.
It was 80 a few weeks ago.
Correct. And that's
on the tariff.
You took the words right out of my mouth. if you put up a longer-term chart over the course of the last month, the last 5 months, the last 6 months, the last year, this is nowhere even close to some of the volatility that we've seen that hasn't been geopolitically driven by rockets, missiles, and the possible loss of human life. And so if you look at the SIBO volatility index, remember, just in the last year, we've seen numerous times where things have gotten much worse in terms of volatility.
Indeed. Still 16% pop there. Eamon Javers is in Washington with some more reporting on this for us. Eamon?
Kelly, I want to go back to that video that you guys just showed because I think it's significant. And what you're watching here is the city of Tel Aviv, and you're watching Israeli defense missiles launching from Tel Aviv into the air to intercept Iranian targets. What you see is a largely what looks like a successful effort by the Israelis, but you can see to the right of your screen here, it does appear that one of the Iranian missiles moves directly down and strikes, causing an explosion in the center of downtown Tel Aviv. Now, it's always dangerous to do bomb damage assessment by civilians in real time. We're non-experts here at what we're looking at, so I defer to people who have done this for a living. But it does appear to the untrained eye here that what you're seeing is a defense of Tel Aviv by the Israeli military, the so-called Iron Dome missile system, which has had tremendous success. And it does look like there we see one Iranian missile toward the right, lower right side of that screen, impacting in downtown Tel Aviv. We're going to wait for officials from Israel to confirm whatever may have just happened in Tel Aviv and give us a sense of whether there was any damage or any loss of life in this incident. But you're looking at real-time aerial remote combat here over a major, obviously, Israeli city, guys, as we're watching this in real time. And you can see the missiles there continuing to launch as the Israeli government has said that they are facing an Iranian retaliatory attack. Sirens sounded in areas across Israel. The authorities in Israel advised people to go to positions of safety. And we have a statement here from the Israeli military. I think we can put that up on the screen, guys. This is an Israeli Defense Force statement saying the defense is not hermetic, therefore it is essential to continue following the instructions of the Home Front Command. That means do as you're told, folks. This is a serious situation. Get to your shelters, get to your safe places, and hunker down in place until you get further word from authorities here. So this is striking stuff to watch in real time, Brian.
And we do not know, Eamon, if it is indeed over. It is about it's 5 hours ahead, so it's 9:32 p.m. in Israel right now. The IDF has just said that Iran has launched more missiles. So that is breaking right now. This is not what we just watched. Iran also, Kelly, is saying that missiles have been launched.
According to Iran, a second wave of missiles has been launched against Israel. It's a little tough for us to tell whether we've already shown those images or whether we are going to be waiting and watching once again for what we saw moments ago to now be breaking out a second time around.
There is something very interesting here, and we've got Eamon. We're not going to go to break, I assume, which is great. We should not. By the way, market's right at session lows. Oil just closing up right around $5. It's kind of settling in right now to 72.93 here. The VIX, as we noted, is up, but well off its tariff highs of just a couple of weeks ago. There is, Eamon, when we look at geodiplomacy, it is very interesting that Iran is saying, you just heard Kelly report, they're coming out and saying online and social media, we just launched more missiles, as if they're alerting Israel that missiles are incoming. How do we read that?
I think one of the ways to read that is it's just practical reality that Israel probably has the technological capacity to sense those missiles once they're launched. And so the Israelis will know. And a lot of what we're seeing here is not just the military war, but also a propaganda war. Some of this is for domestic consumption in Iran. The Iranian regime will have an interest in letting their domestic population know that they're fighting back here.
But they're giving Israel time. They're saying to somebody, I'm going to hit you. I'm going to hit you. They're giving somebody time to assess the defensive posture.
Yeah, and Israel did the same thing, right? I mean, we saw the president of the United States out well before, hours and hours before this attack, saying Israel is contemplating doing this, right? So this has been a war of slow telegraphed strikes, but also stealth and deception. And so...
Listo, ya entramos en corto. Estamos en volatilidad y estamos en TEX. Aquí. TEX va a estar subiendo bastante. Estoy evaluando si compramos más, a ver, porque ya tenemos, es que el tema es este, miren, es obvio que algo malo va a pasar, por supuesto que sí. Y con lo que les decía de lo del viernes, ahora chequense esto, ya estamos en terreno negativo porque el don ya está en -2, en menos, o sea, ya están sobrepasando el -1% y ya están tocando el -2%. Eso significa ya. Desde antes, haz la estrategia en corto, compra, protégete y haz dinero. Vamos dinero. ¿Cómo vamos a hacer dinero? Pues yendo en corto. Ya están las posiciones, por supuesto que ya están. Es lo que he estado haciendo mientras ando en silencio. Ahora el tema es este. Si por cualquier arte de magia llegan a estar ¿qué pasó? Si por cualquier arte de magia llegan a estar en rojo, o es decir, lo que pasa es esto. Ahorita van a estar subiendo. Y supongamos que Tex toca 32, no, más. 33, no, más. Ok, a ver, vamos ahora. Que toque 34. ¿Dónde está mi? Ahí está, 34. Que toque 34. Hoy, por ejemplo. O en postmercado, cuando cierre la bolsa. Compra. Ahora también lo que estoy comenzando a ver es que esto va para, o sea, si esto va para largo, no solo esto, sino otros conflictos como, y bueno, como datos económicos como inflación, aumento de tarjetas de crédito, o sea, riesgo sistémico, el mercado puede caer más. Entonces, si eso pasa, tenemos que estar en corto. Capital en corto, la verdad es que hay bastante. Todo lo de, a ver, lo de Tesla, ¿cuánto fue? Sí, claro, o sea, tenemos para protegernos y bastante. Entonces, a ver, Tex ya dio 1.55 y subiendo. Vamos a BXX, ya dio 2.90 y subiendo bastante. No, este no es. Este. O sea, está subiendo bastante ya. O sea, vean, 4.79, 9%. O sea, maravillas, maravillas. Vean, 4% se está colapsando. Triple, triple.
possibly attack infrastructure, and it will not be a cakewalk. We'll prevail, but Iran has invested in thousands and thousands of munitions and missiles and electronic warfare devices. Look what the Houthis are doing, inferior to Iran, and you can't get through Bab el-Mandab. So if it gets there, we will measure the increments in crude by the $10 a barrel until we hit recessionary levels, probably in the low 100s. If it gets there, God forbid.
Bob and Galley of Rapid Energy. Bob, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you very much. We're going to let folks, this is the second wave of Iranian missiles coming into Tel Aviv. You could see them start to come in. Iran said they were launched. Israel knew they were launched. Kelly talked about that earlier. Not sure where they're headed, but let's hope these are intercepted as well, Kelly.
Right. There have been have a couple made it down. Yes. Are there any reported casualties so far? No. Of course, this is all happening in the dark, and with the public had been told, they had been alerted to get to safe places and out of any place that might be considered to be a target. So the missiles will continue flying as Iran warned that they would in the second wave of attacks that they've now launched in retaliation to Israel's strikes in Iran that Bob was just discussing last night. Stocks are kind of discounting this. They're moving a little bit lower as we head into the last couple of hours of trade here. The Dow is down about 850 points. It's about a 2% drop. We actually had been recovering and much of the afternoon as things seemed a little bit quieter. Now with this, of course, it's a bit of a different story. Dow is the worst performer of the major three with its 2% drop. So it's capturing most of this, where the S&P and the NASDAQ, those are also pretty much at or near session lows. Those declines a little bit more modest by about 1%.
Tel Aviv is a massive city, about 4.5 million people. It's about 1.5 times the size of Chicago. It's a little bit smaller than New York City, but you can see a little bit of the size and scale there again. It looked like there was that one Iranian missile that was potentially coming in. There is some leftover smoke. We heard Eamon Javers talk about earlier about how it appears that one, maybe two missiles did get through that Iron Dome. And if you listen, I'm going to stop talking, you can hear the sirens and the air sirens. Just listen for a couple seconds.
O sea, mientras nosotros estamos aquí shorteando la bolsa y observando y analizando y los otros están en sus trabajos ahorita viernes, ya se están agarrando a bombas, sería bombazos y bombardeos, están agarrando a están bombardeando.
Again, a panorama of the Tel Aviv skyline tonight. We'll continue to monitor the story and any further developments. We're going to seek a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with much, much more.
De ver las imágenes y escuchar ese audio me da miedo. Siento miedo, siento escalofríos. Creo que hasta la piel se me puso chinita. O sea, una guerra es impensable y es horrible. Pero pues las ideologías y los líderes que hay ahí, pues es para lo que dan. Entonces, este está muy mal. Muy mal. Y es de cierta manera hipócrita. Sí, porque mientras algo está saliendo muy mal, pues miren, shorteando la bolsa, $4, 9%. Esto se compró desde como por acá en la mañana y se compró más, pero bueno.
For the second half of 2025, our call from the beginning of the year was for lower yields and a lower dollar. And in that environment, we want to own gold. So I'm a gold bug.
No, te
As a gold bug as well.
Ya está pasando el riesgo. Estaba en menos 2.1, 1.93. O sea, a lo mucho, todos van a tocar 2%. Dow Jones ya lo tocó. Lo que yo estimo es que todos toquen 2%. Si es así, los cortos seguirán. Pero miren, BXX ya se está desacelerando. Ya. O sea, como si el riesgo, como si el señor mercado dijera, ok, se están agarrando a bombardeazos. ¿Por qué no sé hablar? Se están bombardeando. Vamos a shortear. Shorteamos, esperamos y vendemos. Y cuando pasa eso, ok, que la bolsa siga subiendo. ¡Pum! Entonces, ¿qué onda? O sea, en una sola sesión de mercado, vimos cómo sube todo. A todo dar. A todo dar. Ya quiero otro café, pero eso ya es adicción y no, de eso tampoco se trata de eso.
We have a position in
Sigamos,
Bitcoin. We
mientras
remain
sigo
long-term
acá
bullish there as
colocando
well.
todo.
We like some of the other cryptocurrencies, but again, we want to stick to leadership.
Understood. All right. Tyler Harridge, thank you so much, partner, Vertical Research Advisory. Thank you, Tyler. Still ahead, we bring in our panel to discuss the outlook for the Magnificent Seven. Which names in the group are most attractive today? Our guests explain. We'll take a look.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate.
Oil is up. And let's bring in Torsten Slok. He's partner and chief economist at Apollo. And Torsten, don't worry, we're not going to ask you to opine on any of the geopolitical stuff. Your job as an economist is to factor in all the costs that we see and establish a conclusion. Here's the reality about the price of oil. We think about the price of oil when it comes to gasoline, and that's true. About half of a barrel of oil goes into gasoline. But oil goes into a lot of things. Plastics, natural gas, by the way, goes into things like pharmaceuticals. This is, at least for now, somewhat inflationary. How do you believe the Federal Reserve and economists like yourself will look at what is happening right now? How do we model any of this?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Brian. So if you look at the Fed's own models for the U.S. economy purpose, if you simulate what does it mean when oil prices go up by $10 as they've done in the last 10 days, it will tell you that GDP growth will be 0.4% lower and inflation, exactly as you're highlighting, will be 0.4% higher. So that means that it is absolutely inflationary for the Fed going into next meeting. And this comes on the back of what we already are trying to deal with in the U.S. economy, namely tariffs are also inflationary. And on top of that, restrictions on immigration, as we saw in the employment report last Friday, are also inflationary. So it really is a set of shocks that are hitting the economy now that are putting upward pressure on inflation. And that's, of course, complicating the communication and the trajectory for the Fed next week.
Are you advocating for rate increases?
Well, this is the important discussion because it happens to be the case that all these three things, high oil prices, the tariffs, and also, of course, restrictions on immigration, they also lower GDP growth. If you raise oil prices by $10, obviously, we will all be buying marginally less gas and, of course, less energy. Likewise, tariffs, if prices go up, of course, you will also begin to see some downward pressure on sales and ultimately on GDP. And finally, also with the restrictions on immigration, that is also something that ultimately is a risk of slowing GDP growth. So the weird combination that the Fed is looking at the moment is a situation where you have inflation going up because of these shocks and GDP growth going down. So what will the Fed do when inflation goes up? The Fed should be hiking. If growth is slowing down, the Fed should be cutting. So which one is it? Does the Fed like apples? Do they like oranges? We're in the dual mandate. Will they put the weight? So far, they put a lot of weight on inflation, but we will have to wait and see next week what the communication is, because it's very clear that the Fed's forecast after what happened to oil prices today is that inflation will be higher than what they had in their original scenario.
Hey, Torsten, it's done.
Como que ya me dieron ganas de hacer un TikTok, regresar a TikTok, a ver el rato al cierre, para hacer el resumen. Mercado bipolar, primero lo vimos subir, máximos históricos, hicimos dinero con Tesla, chido. Las otras no pasa nada, se pueden quedar ahí, o sea, no hay que platicar de eso. Gastos por mantenimiento de posición. En derivados te cobran por todo. Porque si la dejas, porque si te tardas, porque si vas en corto, por muchas cosas. Y cuando son casas de bolsa reguladas, Bursanet, GBM, Cuspid, compras las acciones y las mantienes en tus cuentas. Y tú decides hasta cuándo vender. Eres, por no decir derechohabiente, pero eres portador del derecho de decidir si vendes o no. Entonces, lo que quiero decir con esto es que compras las posiciones y se quedan ahí. Y eso muchos no lo saben. O sea, puedes hasta comprarlas y dejarlas años y hasta hacer portar el derecho de tener dividendos por mantener ese producto financiero en tu cuenta. Entonces, es una maravilla, o sea, compras algo, lo vendes, chido. Lo demás, lo compras, tal vez te conviene vender, tal vez no, lo dejas, no pasa nada. La paciencia es la mejor herramienta frente a la bolsa. La estrategia también. Entonces, pasa eso, la bolsa muestra signos de que se está cayendo, shorteamos la bolsa y ahí está, otra vez, dinero. Es muy sencillo, es muy fácil verlo. Y muchos no lo ven, no hay que educar a muchas personas para que lo puedan ver, para que se conozcan a sí mismos como inversionistas y cada uno forje el patrimonio de acuerdo a sus posibilidades. Aportaciones a su cuenta, que será su casa, su retiro afore, su casa, el futuro de sus hijos, lo que sea, pero que esté ahí, que esté el conocimiento, que esté la paciencia, la disciplina, la perseverancia, para que todos crezcan. Ahora qué.
Phrase, and they give a phrase here. Confirming now from the Iranian side that they have launched this attack on what they say are dozens of targets in Israel. Meanwhile, we have a statement from the IDF, and this is interesting, guys, because we've just been watching these live pictures, and you're seeing pictures now coming in from Israel of what appears to be damage on the ground. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, are saying in a statement just a few moments ago, the attack is ongoing. Dozens of additional missiles were launched toward the state of Israel. To the people of Israel, you are requested to continue to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command and the instructions sent to you. The explosions you are hearing are from interceptions or fallen projectiles. The IDF repeats and emphasizes not to publish and share the locations and footage of hits. So, guys, we were looking at that live video a short time ago. It did appear, again, to our untrained eyes, that one of the Iranian missiles did get through the Israeli defenses and impact in downtown Tel Aviv. The Israeli Defense Force is saying that explosions are the result of fragments of missiles, and so we'll wait for clarification and official confirmation of whether there were any strikes that were successful from the Iranian side in downtown Tel Aviv. But one of the problems that you have when you have an anti-missile system is that when you're striking missiles that are incoming with your outbound missiles, both of those missiles will explode, right? And that leaves a lot of metal in the sky, and that metal's got to come down somewhere. So all of that shrapnel, if you don't strike the incoming missile far enough away from populated areas, all of that shrapnel is coming down somewhere, and that can be very dangerous even if the warhead itself is destroyed in the interception. You've got a lot of hot metal coming in at high velocity into a potentially populated area, and so that's the concern now, in addition to whether, and now we're watching live video, guys, here. So the concern here is every time you see one of these interceptors take out an Iranian missile, you are also seeing a lot of shrapnel coming down on what is a very populated area there.
We're going to stop talking for a second, and this is the Israeli defense against Iranian missiles.
Incredible footage there. The second time around in the past hour or so that we've seen now Iran's response against Israel, and Israel trying to intercept those missiles, of course, in real time. Torsten, thanks. We appreciate it very much. Our thanks to Torsten Slok and to Eamon, who's standing by in D.C. with more. Speaking of D.C., Mick Mulvaney is here. He's the former acting White House chief of staff. That was during President Trump's first term, co-chair of Actim now. Mick, your thoughts, please, on, look, a lot of people were saying that the president kind of intended.
Cabe una probabilidad de 10% de 100, y espero no pase, pero si usan armas nucleares, ya valió. O sea, solo... Es que es lo que les digo, pasa en viernes, todo esto pasa en viernes, siempre pasa en viernes, nunca en un lunes, nunca en un martes, un miércoles, o sea, en viernes. Entonces, esa estrategia, esos movimientos estratégicos, hacer la guerra en un día estimado y que en promedio siempre pasa ese día, o de plano se odian y es cuestión de tiempo para que abran una bomba nuclear. Está por verse. Espero no, espero no. O sea, si sí lo hacen, puta, los cortos, la bolsa va a colapsar y eso va a dejar listo. O sea, si eso pasa, la bolsa va a colapsar y los cortos van a dejar una ganancia tremenda, tremenda. ¿Pero a costa de qué? De muchas miles, si no es que millones, vidas humanas. Interesante. Estoy viendo datos. Este, pero no, espero que no.
People are going to have all kinds of ideas and opinions about what or what not the White House may have known. Does that even matter, Mick,
Tengo
at this
que
point?
ponerme a
Does it matter
calcular.
if the United States gave the green light to Israel? Israel ultimately is a sovereign nation that will do what it wants to protect its own people, I think.
I don't think the only people it really matters to, I suppose, would be the Iranians, and it doesn't matter to them, right? They believe that we're involved, so their perception is the reality when it comes to that type of thing. Again, the real question is what can the Iranians do about it at this point? But the State Department can say whatever they want to, the White House can say whatever they want to, but you can pretty much bank on the fact the Iranians believe that we were involved. So to your point, I don't think it really matters from an outside looking in perspective, from a geopolitical sort of standpoint. Everybody's going to assume that we were at least told, that we probably signed off on it, and folks are wondering whether or not we cooperated with it. So, look, Israel's one of our best friends. It would make sense that we would be involved in some fashion. In fact, the real news that would be made here, Brian, I think would be if the Israelis did it without any heads up whatsoever. But I just don't see that happening.
And Mick, that goes back also to what we should expect from the U.S. So if their president's goal is still for there to be some kind of deal between the U.S. and Iran, will there be? What about Israel's hopes for zero enrichment, that it sounds like it wasn't clear if the U.S. was totally on board with needing to deprive them of all of that in order for them to strike a successful deal? I'm just trying to think through now kind of the leverage on both sides here.
Yeah, and of course, what we're all trying to deal with is what data are we getting that is accurate? For example, I'm seeing reports on Twitter and out of the Middle East that the Iranians have already announced they're not going to the meetings on Sunday. So does any difference if the United States wants to do it, that they've pulled out of that. You also have to measure when it comes to the Iranian nuclear capabilities. You're again seeing reports that maybe there was not as serious damage to the Iranian operation as was originally suspected overnight. So that raises the question of what the Israelis will continue to do. I think there's a couple of clear points here. So when you go through this sort of guessing game and this fog of war, what do you keep coming back to? Some of the basic principles. And Donald Trump has said a bunch of different things. He wants Iran to be friends with us. He wants to do deals. You know, he would like to try and come to some sort of understanding. But again and again and again, he said one very simple thing: Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Period. End of story. I think that's one of the anchor points here. And I think the Israelis are on the same page. So you have to watch over the course of the next couple of weeks what happens inside Iran to deny them the ability to produce a nuclear weapon. I think that's what this is all about. I don't think that's making any particularly groundbreaking statements, but this is about depriving them of that nuclear capability, and that's probably going to happen here before things are over.
Yeah, this was day 61 of a 60-day warning about getting a deal done. Mick Mulvaney, former White House Chief of Staff. Mick, we'd love to talk to you more. Show's ending. We're going to wrap it. We're going to say goodbye.
Justo ahora estoy presenciando un fraude financiero horrible, masivo. O sea, me dijeron, güey, chécate este grupo de WhatsApp y dime qué opinas. Y lo estoy checando y ya lo había visto. O sea, es GSMX Miami. O sea, un grupo de WhatsApp que se llama Plan de Finanzas Verdes. O sea, no. Pésimo, pésimo, horrible, horrible. O sea, los fraudes andan con todo. O sea, y es lo que yo les digo, o sea, ¿qué les cuesta una institución financiera regulada por su propio país? Comenzando por ahí. Lo único que les pido es eso. Y voy de nuevo. GBM, Bursanet, Cuspid. Ya. Está regulado por la Comisión Nacional Bancaria de Valores sobre nuestra ley mexicana del mercado de valores, que está aquí en... Ay, siempre se me olvida. En San José, sobre Insurgente Sur. O sea, no. Mis AirPods ya se les va a acabar la pila. Por primera vez se les acaba la pila a mis audífonos. A los AirPods. Ay, si cambio de audio, ¿cuánto tiempo les quedará? Porque me siguen escuchando, sí. Los voy a cambiar en vivo, a ver si no pasa algo. Es mi primera vez cambiando esto en vivo, entonces vamos a probar. Listo, ya los conecté. A ver si... No. Son así. Tengo que activar el Speak to Chat. Bueno, más bien, desactivar el Speak to Chat. A ver. Vamos a conectarlos. Vamos a Sound Connect. Y vamos a... Por aquí. Ok. Speak to Chat. Pero ¿por qué no? A ver, me choca que pasen estas cosas. Pero ¿por qué no me deja activar el... Ahí está. Listo, ya quedó. Ahora tengo que mover esto. Activar esto. Conectar todo. ¿Cómo que no se puede conectar? Parece que ya. Listo, ya está conectado. No sé si con eso queda mi audio configurado. Vamos a probarlo. Vamos a poner esto aquí.
We've been watching the Strait of Hormuz, obviously, to see if there was anything going.
Vamos a probar, a ver. Listo, ya está conectado. No sé si con eso queda mi audio configurado. Vamos a probarlo. Sí, queda configurado. No es el mejor, yo entiendo que no es el mejor audio, el mejor Estoy observando cómo pasa un helicóptero y jala el sonido del programa. Pero bueno, eso significa que sí se escucha. Bien, sigamos. Estoy haciendo reportes de pago para que ya me paguen mis clientes.
And eventually came back. And so the volatility in the equity market is always present when these headlines occur, and deservedly so in some respects. I mentioned, and we all know, again, oil infrastructure has not been hit, but that risk exists. To use the Strait of Hormuz, for instance, it's never been blocked. It's miles wide. Their ability to block it, who knows if they even can. Half of it is basically in Omanian waters, we'll go with. It's like the equity market's going to worry about it, but what is the likelihood of that happening, again, considering that it's never happened before?
So what do you think of, I think the move in yields, as we said, is somewhat interesting today. What's your first take on that?
My first thought is that the larger conversation that we've been having on air for some time now about the desirability of the U.S. as an investment destination being called into question in the last couple of months and quarters.
Is this confirmation of that?
I don't know if one day or one moment is confirmation per se, but one would think in a risk-off environment that the U.S. Treasury market would be the traditional safe haven that it has always been.
Along with the dollar, which is acting as it usually does.
Well, it's only fractionally higher.
Gold, which is acting like it usually does. It's the Treasury market that's sticking out like a sore thumb today.
Yeah, I don't want to. I tweeted about it earlier, and a couple of people responded to me with some interesting takes on it. I would be hesitant to make a larger argument about it because that narrative about the desirability of the U.S. is a multi-quarter, at least, if not a multi-year story. So but again, it is unusual, and it's one of those things that bears watching, and we can all ascribe our own personal views into why it's happening on any given day.
The oil wild card, though, is significant, if for no other reason than it's been going the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And part of the there's no more inflation story to worry about has been built on the idea that oil was going to continue to at least stay where it was, if not weaken a little bit. Gasoline prices were going to come down. Now, if you have a whole new variable into that question and then answer, you have a different situation to deal with.
Yeah, but again, getting back to the original point, we'll use the drone attack on Aramco as a good example, because oil prices were up a similar amount in late 2019 when that happened. When that ended up being, I don't want to say much ado about nothing, because it was still something, when that didn't derail global oil supplies and demand was still what it was, then prices, which were at that point, if I remember correctly, in the mid to low 60s, eventually went right back down. And then, of course, COVID happened and other things, and Soleimani in early 20. Listen, gasoline's $3.10 a gallon. It's not $2.50, but it's not $4.50 either. And so, yes, it bears watching in the sense that, well, yes, if $70 or $80 oil becomes more permanent, then that's going to put upward pressure on gasoline prices, among other things, which complicates the inflation story. But if, as UBS noted, and I argued in the opening, if this becomes, okay, we're not going to touch the Iranian facilities, Iran's not going to attack Saudi Arabia or block the Strait, then how long is oil going to stay up here if the demand environment doesn't support it?
I mean, I realize that, geopolitics, you all sort of view from the periphery. I'm not suggesting that you're an expert in this area or you spend a lot of your investment idea time thinking about this sort of thing, but it is noteworthy that this is a destabilizing event in the region, one in which the United States president just went to in Saudi Arabia. And there was all the pomp and circumstance of our presence there with some of the biggest CEOs in this country who are investing billions of dollars into that region. Allies are developing in ways that they not necessarily have in the past. Yep. And now we have this destabilizing event where some other nation states may be forced to choose sides in the interim. I'm wondering how you're thinking about what could be an escalating situation in an area that's always been fertile for this kind of activity.
I would make 2 points, hopefully, as quickly as possible. The first is, I'm certainly not a geopolitical expert, but I've mentioned numerous times on air that we have liked oil for some time and have been invested in the space, partially because we felt like the geopolitical risk premium was lower than it should be. Not that we knew that this was happening, but like this was a conversation point about a kerfuffle, if you will, between Iran and Israel. So there, we always felt like the market just didn't appreciate the risks, and so that's coming to the fore here. The second point I would make is some people would take issue with the word destabilizing, and I think I've seen people argue, in some sense, this is restabilizing. Again, I'm not saying I endorse this view, but there is a view that Israel is in the process of redefining the Middle East, dating back to the Abraham Accords, the election of President Trump, et cetera, et cetera. Allies, as you noted, are being reassigned, if you will. Israel refueled over Syrian airspace, I believe. Saudi Arabia is providing some support, I believe. To the extent that the Iranian regime is changed, and again, I'll defer to Halima Croft and other oil specialists on this matter, but to the extent that the Iranian regime is changed and Abraham Accord-like relationships are built throughout the region, this could be a very stabilizing, granted not in the short term, but this could be a very stabilizing event.
I just think it's interesting to consider that we have and we are making the kind of effort in that region that maybe we haven't been able to make ever, arguably, in the kind of investment, as I said, in the mere presence of these CEOs who recently traveled with our president there, putting our flags down in areas of industry and in countries where in some respects we haven't always had the greatest relationships with, because we see the eye on the prize of AI and all of these other technological advancements. And you know, if nothing else, this is destabilizing in some sense just to that effort. And then now we're dealing with this and the fallout from it if it escalates even further.
Yeah, but the key to your senses is if it escalates further.
Sure. I mean, the whole thing is a speculative if.
Yeah, I will recall when Soleimani was killed, it was going to be World War III. Donald Trump was a maniac and took out the head of the IRGC, and here we go. And it ended up, for lack of a better word, being not what was predicted. So I'm not saying that this is that, because this is pretty substantial, perhaps even arguably bigger than that. But to the extent that Iran responds in a manner that does not provoke or necessitate an even bigger response from the Israelis, again, on some of those oil facilities or refining facilities in the country, then perhaps we can move about our day and some of this will fall by the wayside. Again, the issue now becomes over the weekend, and this is part of the reason we're selling off, is who really wants to be long into what could be a substantial Iranian response. That's where your focus is. That's a duh statement, but it is true nonetheless.
The big question, obviously, is going to be, you know, what our continued response is, how the White House itself is responding to now what is the retaliatory strikes by Iran. Our Eamon Javers is at the White House in Washington for the very latest on that angle. What do we know now, Eamon?
Yeah, hey, Scott, I'm actually in our CNBC bureau, and I can tell you that alarms have been going off in Israel this hour as the country has been bracing for this expected Iranian counterattack. TV cameras in Tel Aviv capturing images of Israeli anti-missile rockets launching toward incoming Iranian ballistic missiles in an attempt to intercept them and to protect lives and assets on the ground. It does appear, to the untrained eye, I should say, that at least one Iranian missile or fragment of a missile got through the defensive net and did impact on the ground in downtown Tel Aviv. But we'll wait for official Israeli confirmation of that and any word on potential casualties in Israel. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says Israeli fighter jets struck an Iranian nuclear site today in the Isfahan area, which they said dismantled a facility for production of metallic uranium and other infrastructure. And so far, Israel says it has struck more than 200 targets inside Iran, including Isfahan and the nuclear site at Natanz. And the military says that campaign is ongoing. I can tell you, we just got a little bit more detail here from the Israeli military. 200 missiles have now been fired in 2 salvos here. We're waiting for any confirmation now on any casualties in Israel. The Israeli defense minister now issuing a statement saying Iran crossed red lines when it dared to fire missiles at civilian population centers in Israel. We will continue to protect the citizens of Israel and ensure that the Ayatollah regime pays a very heavy price for its criminal actions. So this is clearly an ongoing campaign on both sides in real time right now, Scott.
With the threat of more escalation, obviously, given that statement that you just read from the Israeli defense minister passed on by our colleagues at NBC who continue to follow what's taking place in real time in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think of this as a number of tiers, right? Because the Israeli effort last night clearly involves some sort of subterfuge, some sort of espionage in order to get assets inside, potentially drones inside Iranian borders and attack Iran from within. Also deception in terms of luring Iranian officials into certain locations where they could strike them. I don't think we know all of the details yet about how that happened and what's going on precisely with Israeli forces on the ground inside Iran right now. Then you have the Israeli air forces over Iranian targets. Now, we're told that they are dominating Iranian airspace, which makes it difficult for the Iranians to fire these retaliatory strikes. And then you have this Israeli defensive effort over Israel, the so-called Iron Dome, to knock down any ballistic missiles that do get through either of those first 2 tiers.
Va a sonar muy frío lo que voy a decir, pero ¿y si todo esto es una distracción para algo más grande? Es esas cosas conspiranoicas. Puede ser, no lo sé. Lo importante es que mientras más personas salgan vivas de toda esta situación, mejor. Pero, pues a ver. Mientras tanto, pues ya, o sea, ha sido una gran sesión. Arriba, luego abajo. Ya casi cierra la bolsa. 45 minutos. Tengo mucha hambre.
The United States did not participate in the offensive action. We don't know to what extent the U.S. Pushed back on that. There's reporting out of Israel that there was a green light, a sort of a tacit wink and a nod, if you will, from the United States. We need to understand that all better before we can look at the relationship between Netanyahu and Trump and understand really what happened here.
Eamon, thanks for the very latest. Come back to you as needed, of course. That's Eamon Javers in our bureau in Washington, D.C. Let's now bring in New Edge Wealth's Cameron Dawson and Capital Wealth's Kevin Simpson. Dan Greenhouse of Solus, of course, is still with us. Cameron, how are you thinking about all of this as it relates to where this market seemed like it wanted to go before all of this began?
It is easy to write off geopolitical events when we look at the long history of them and say that markets tend to look through them, but there are exceptions. And a really good reminder of an exception is a year like 2022. Russia invades Ukraine, oil prices rally 35% through the summer, CPI hits 9.1% by the summer, the Fed is backed into a corner and has to accelerate rate hikes. And so the big question for us is whether or not this oil price move can be sustained. We are overbought in a downtrend, but if we start to see that trend change higher, it means that the Fed will not be able to deliver the rate cuts that so many market participants want. It means that we likely see a reacceleration in inflation, and now we'll have that really tough choice of, if we continue to see the labor market weaken, oil prices higher, inflation stickier, it looks a lot more stagflationary.
And again, it's a lot of ifs, obviously built into that idea, which may not come to pass. I mean, the market obviously is still expecting a couple of rate cuts this year.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, to your earlier point, the move in interest rates is so very interesting because it is across the curve. You have the 2-year moving up, expecting that we're not maybe going to get those rate cuts, but you also have the 10-year moving up, which means that this bond market cares more about inflation than it cares about growth. And so if we see that 10-year yield continue to move up, it's another sign that the Fed is losing its degrees of freedom to be able to give the market what it wants, which again is trading at 22 times earnings. So there's not a lot of room to absorb bad news.
Is that what you think the move in yields reflects today as a result of what we're witnessing there?
Yeah, I think it's reflecting stickier inflation. It's reflecting the risk that you're not going to get rate cuts at the front end. It's reflecting the risk that if you do see that stickier inflation keeping around, we're not going to get deficits coming down in this environment. If we have to have potentially more military spending, that might be looking out a bit too far. But we think that this move is reflecting this worry that inflation just doesn't go away. And isn't it ironic, on the week that we had CPI and PPI missed to the downside, and a lot of people said inflation's gone and dead, and now we have this wrench.
Kevin, for somebody who literally is a professional hedger, I mean, that part of your investment strategy is built with that as the backbone. What are you thinking about right now as you watch this?
If not for what we're seeing on the camera, I would have agreed with everything that Cameron said. But the defensive playbook is we're going to buy gasoline, we're going to buy oil, we're going to buy defensive stocks, and we're going to buy treasuries. And it doesn't seem that that part's happening. Now, I don't know that the earlier trades this morning were as reflective as they are now, because the markets are responding immediately the way they should have this morning, which is we're seeing something that isn't just a little schoolyard bully pushing one another. This is something a lot more strategic by Israel. The good news is that they're not being pounced upon by other bullies in the yard. But Dan, your point in the beginning was the whole genesis of what comes next. Do you protect the oil infrastructure? And if so, then Cameron, we can have more conversations about rate cuts. We can put some of the inflationary fears in the background. But we'll have to wait and see over the weekend what happens to the oil infrastructure. That's what I'm watching.
You feel like doing anything in the market ahead, because it is the weekend, trying to game out where this goes into next week?
So we sold covered calls on Home Depot while we were sitting here preparing for the show. We had sold calls on Agnico Eagle because we got a big spike in gold, which you would expect when a geopolitical event like this happens. And then earlier in the week, having nothing to do with it, we sold calls on Apple because of the subsequent tepid meeting you had in Cupertino.
But what about where does the Home Depot move come in relation to any of this?
It's just a premium. What we look for is when there's enhanced volatility, and you saw the VIX go over 20 today, we look at every position, and sometimes options misprice. And for whatever reason, and you look at even just the stable coin conversations today about some of the retailers, maybe it affected that space, but the covered call that we generated today had an annualized premium of like 16%. So we were playing a vol game there.
Are we in for now a renewed campaign of volatility?
Well, I mean, it's hard for vol to be too much slower than it was.
Well, it was 16. The VIX is at 20. There was a thought that, you know,
A veces
again,
sí
we
se
were
sigue esto
in, Brad
porque
Gerstner told me yesterday that
ya se acabó la sesión, o sea, ya terminamos, operamos, hicimos, deshicimos. Es verdad, tengo que hacer muchos cálculos, ya encontré lo que tengo que cobrar. Ahora estoy viendo la perspectiva porque cada 3 meses, un trimestre económico es un periodo. Se manda un informe mensual a cada cliente. Chido. Proyecciones, rendimientos, cómo va, cómo fue, qué va a pasar. Después de eso, cuando se manda el reporte de pago, se regresa a ese análisis previo sobre, ok, en este entonces estábamos aquí, han pasado 3 meses, ahí va el otro reporte de pago. Se cobra esto porque esto fue de las ganancias, equivale a 2% del 8 o 9% ganado en el trimestre, y pues listo, ¿no? ¿Qué es esto? Ah, sí. ¿Y qué es esto? Es capital. Hay mucho fraude. Mucho fraude. ¿Qué pido?
coming up next, more on this late session sell-off.
You're also following a kind of Reddit vibe check, right?
Vean, o sea, no pasan del
a lot of those members
1,93%.
of that investment
Nada
community
mal.
are following. How about a few of the positive sentiment names? What's jumping out to you, Keller?
It's fascinating because there's so much chatter going on Reddit, not back to the 2021 days, but individual investors, especially day traders, love to talk up these stocks or talk them down. We were looking at a recent poll of what that gets the most positive sentiment there. CrowdWeave, #1, making AI data centers and technology for that. But Hims also, Hims and Hers Health, you know they do the at-home pill delivery, a little performance enhancement there. GameStop, always popular with the Reddit crowd, lots of positive sentiment. And NVIDIA, which is almost back to its record highs. When you look on the flip side of that, stocks that don't get a lot of positive sentiment down there, DJT, the president's holding company for True Social and other assets, Rocket Lab, which was building technology to launch launch spaceships and transport into space. Meta, not so positive on the vibe side, stock's been pretty good. And United Health, which has just had a really rough year.
Let's go back to GameStop for a second, because that's the name that's kind of synonymous with this Wall Street bets crowd. Is it fundamentals? Is it the Bitcoin leverage and exposure? Is it kind of, just I mean, what do you see out there? Is it nostalgia for this name still?
I think it's a belief in Ryan Cohen. I think that's been sort of the case for those that have been holders or hodlers or those with diamond hands that don't want to let go of the stock. They're really fascinated with Ryan and what he's trying to do with the company. But don't forget, it's really a Bitcoin treasury now. They just announced plans to buy $500 million worth of Bitcoin. That's kind of going to be their business right now, reduce their retail footprint, which they should have done a long time ago, and try to be more direct to consumer without the store, and then be a Bitcoin treasury. So that, of course, is going to get the Reddit crowd stirred up, and they favor that stock. They've been favoring it since 2021.
And I'm interested, too, in the Trump media side of things, because obviously it itself has so many tentacles across. You get a sense that this is a bit of a social or political bias that's at play for certain investors who intentionally want to stay away, or maybe are more inclined to lean into that bearish narrative, or is it just a lot of factors going on at once?
It's a proxy for the president's popularity on the one hand. On the other hand, just look at performance, right? If you were there on the early days, you did pretty well, but the stock has not performed that well over the last several months, and I think performance dictates a lot of the direction of sentiment, especially in Reddit, when people are trading these stocks, not necessarily thinking about long-term holdings, except for maybe GameStop, which they seem to never be able to let go of.
I always love to ask you, and I've asked you a version of this question for the last several years, what else are people going to Investopedia to actively learn from? It's an outstanding resource, and you really have a pretty interesting view to see what is top of mind for investors.
Yeah, well, today it's all about geopolitical risk. It's all about oil prices, Iran's RAC and OPEC, how much they produce, who their biggest customers are, also the Strait of Hormuz. But we also like to look on a periodic basis. We're almost halfway through the year, so I did a recent poll with my data team. Bear market, one of the top terms this year, because we had that cute little bear market, or almost a bear market, about 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago. Top dividend stocks. Tells you investors are looking for ways to make money on the stocks they own, even if they're not performing well. Safety play there. Top leverage S&P 500 ETFs. How to catch a falling knife, or should I catch a falling knife also, and recession-proof ETFs. So they're looking for protection, but also promiscuity. Those that want to live on the edge and have tried to play this market through the volatility, they've done well if they've timed it right.
I'd imagine at least more than a few searches for things like V-shaped recovery coming off those April 7th lows.
Death Cross was there.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, we hit that not long ago. Caleb Silver, I always get so much smarter whenever we talk, my friend. I really appreciate you being here. Caleb is editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, thanks.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend. Folks, coming up on Options Quarter, Kevin Green, the one and only KG, joins us next to take a look at levels to watch heading into the close on this Friday. Market on close. We'll be right back after this.
Todo falsísimo. Me estoy divirtiendo viendo cómo... Estoy viendo un grupo de WhatsApp donde mandan los mensajes para invertir. Para invertir se supone que es una empresa ambiental. No. O sea, lo que más me da risa es que veo las fotos de los analistas y es un chiste esto. Pero bueno. Qué cosas. 1:30. Ok. Todo tranquilo ahorita. 30 minutos para el cierre.
I understand. When you hear the Israeli defense minister say that Iran crossed a red line by going after civilian areas, does that only ramp up your expectation that oil has the risk of moving higher, because it just further raises the stakes of an even larger escalation now and a response to that by Israel?
Well, that's absolutely going to happen. The question is, you know, this is not three-dimensional chess. This is eight-dimensional chess. I mean, obviously, Israel's response is going to be, even more catastrophic for Iran, and where we go from here in terms of what's Iran's next move. Do they go ahead and do something in the Strait of Hormuz? Do they do something against U.S. military assets, whether it be in Iraq or in Israel or anywhere in the Middle East? Does the Houthis, respond in some crazy way? I mean, there's too many variables here, and obviously, my mind's not really thinking properly because obviously this is a very sensitive subject for me. But if I'm looking at this, trying to be objective, the risk reward here is refinery spreads, because that's the most straightforward, most liquid way that in terms of where we are to what we could be. Because if I'll tell you one thing though, I really think that and I'm not a stock guy, and you know that, and I never professed to be a stock guy. But if I was a stock guy and there was a way to buy, the Iranian stock market over the next week, I would do it, because it can't get much worse. And if this situation ends the way I think it's going to end, I think the Middle East is going to be a lot better off. And the time to buy something is when it can't get much worse, and that's probably what's going to happen in Iran.
When you look at the possibility, I think when people look at the situation there and they think of, well, what could be a real game changer in terms of the price of oil is if, as you said, the Strait of Hormuz gets closed down. What do you think the likelihood of something like that is, rather than just suggesting it or speculating about it? Do you think it's anywhere close to a possibility that something that dramatic could happen?
I'm an energy trader. I'm not a military specialist, and I don't profess to be. So, my viewpoint on what the probability of the Strait of Hormuz being closed is no better than someone else's. But I will tell you what will happen if that happens. I can't assess the probability, and that's why that's not in my wheelhouse. But I will tell you, I mean, it's pretty obvious what would happen if that happened. I do think, though, that, I mean, who knows what else, desperate people do. Desperate people do desperate things. I don't know what else is in the Iranian arsenal, what they would do to, to their neighbors, to Saudi Arabia, to UAE. I mean, I have no, there's too many variables, and I'm too concerned about civilians. And I think that if you look at it, if I'm looking at it objectively, okay, and I'm trying to step back, to me, the risk reward trade is in products, in heating oil spreads, gas oil spreads, and cracks, because that's basically probably where you're going to lose X to make 2, 3, 4X. And it's already happened today, by the way. I mean, so who knows? But I don't really know. I'm not a military expert. I just know what would happen if something. I just know what would happen if this happened, but I can't assess the probability of anything happening. And that's way outside my wheelhouse.
Understood. I just was curious as to how, if you think about certain trades and you try and model in certain outcomes, as many do, if that was into your legitimate calculus or not. I'm going to let you run, Mark. I so much appreciate you calling in and sharing some of your views with our viewers, given how well you know these markets in that area of the world. That's Mark Fisher of MBF. Let's bring in Schwab's Lizanne Saunders now. She joins us on the CNBC Newsline. It's good to have you on as well, Lizanne. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on these markets?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge reaction down. We've had obviously worse days just tied to trade news, but if you look historically at other surprise military attacks, you do tend to see a big downward move on the day. The two biggest ever were most recently September 11th, maybe no surprise there. And then when North Korea invaded South Korea, you had both about 5% drop, so much more significant. And then it's a question of what happens to oil prices. Is it on a sustainable basis? For instance, September 11th, you had the spike in oil prices initially, but then oil prices rolled over as recession fears took hold. Turned out, we didn't know at the time, we were already in recession. So it's the sustainability of the oil price move, and does it add to downward pressure on the economy that ultimately defines how much worse it gets for the equity market. Outside of that, you tend to see fairly quick rebound.
You know, I'm thinking about what Cameron Dawson said, making the case that this potentially puts the Fed in a box. They're stuck because if you do have this escalation of the tension in and of itself, if you do have oil prices continuing to rise and thus you're once again worried about an inflation picture that seemed to be all but tamed to this point, then you now have to introduce the idea that you don't have the Fed on your side as you thought you did just 48 hours ago.
Well, it's a question, though, of the growth side of the equation, too. So, yes, all else equal, this puts upward pressure on at least headline levels of inflation, less so on core levels of inflation. But even within core levels of inflation, you've got forces moving in the opposite direction. You've got the prospective force on the upside of inflation tied to tariffs. That's still somewhat unknown. You've got the downward pressure coming on the shelter components of core CPI. But now you have this headline pop on the upside, but sustainable moves up and oil put downward pressure on growth. It starts to impact the labor market. That might give them the leeway to start to ease. But you might be in a situation, you're absolutely right, where their dual mandate, each one is moving in the opposite direction, and it does put the Fed potentially in a bit of a pickle.
Sounds like, if nothing else, you would not be surprised in any way by an increase of volatility in the days, certainly, but maybe even weeks ahead.
Yeah, no, that's kind of a no-brainer. I think we were facing volatility anyway, just because of the move now between here and July 9th, when the reciprocal tariff extension expires, potential court rulings, and now this. So yeah, I think more subdued volatility recently. I think that ship sailed for now.
Lizanne, I'm going to let you run. We rely on people like you at times like these. Thanks so much for coming to the phone. Lizanne Saunders of Charles Schwab.
Scott.
I want to go back to Washington now. Our Eamon Javers has more. Eamon?
Scott, a couple of updates here from Israel and then also from the United Nations Security Council, which is meeting now. From Israel first, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, are saying to Israeli citizens that they can leave their secured facilities for now. The guidance they're giving to the Israeli public is stay close, though, to those bomb shelters and other secure areas, but you can go and move about and leave the actual shelter right now. Now, the IAEA chief has been speaking to the UN Security Council with some updates on exactly what's going on with the nuclear facilities in Iran. The UN Security Council meeting getting information that there is no indication of an attack on the underground enrichment halls at the Natanz facility inside Iran, but the attack on the power supply there may have damaged the centrifuges. So no indication of an attack on the underground facility there, which is extremely hardened, but that there does appear to have been an attack on the power supply, and that may have damaged centrifuges there. Also that there is radiological and chemical contamination inside the facilities at Natanz. So that is something to keep an eye on. The radiological contamination, we are told, is manageable with appropriate measures inside that facility. The IAEA chief Grossi additionally telling the Security Council here that the above-ground plant where Iran was producing uranium that was enriched up to 60% uranium, that has been destroyed. So some information now coming to the UN Security Council. Also, Reuters reporting just within the past couple of minutes here that President Trump spoke today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's according to a White House official coming from Reuters. That, presumably no surprise as we continue to look at pictures coming out of Iran here, Scott. So the picture as we have it now is damage to an above-ground facility in Iran, damage to an underground facility in Iran that appears to have been done through a power source, and that facility seems to have been damaged. Centrifuges there seem to have been damaged, and there is contamination, radiological contamination at that site, but that is deemed as of right now to be manageable. Scott, back over to you.
I'll come back to you one more time on the issue that we spoke about prior. As we watch those live pictures of downtown Tel Aviv and what the Israeli defense minister suggested were civilian targets, and that thus crossing a red line. When speaking with a trader and one so astute and established like Mark Fisher, for example, hard to even focus on the market itself and what the ultimate reaction could be in the markets, because you're focus and concern turns to the real possibility now of escalation in what's already sort of trending in that direction, thus complicating this whole situation even further, and how the United States might respond to that.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, Scott, you know, your heart breaks for the potential loss of human life anywhere as you watch this, and you've got to keep that first and foremost in your mind. But then, you know, as you sort of try to understand what the geostrategic implications are, and certainly the global financial market implications are of all this, it's just difficult to get your arms around it in real time because the event is ongoing. So you don't know what it is that people are going to be reacting to tomorrow because you don't really know what's happening. And we should always bear in mind this idea of both fog of war, which is that it is confusing to read these things because, you know, we have certain live cameras, we're speaking to certain officials in Israel and here in Washington, but we don't have total information awareness of what's happening. And then the other element is intentional deception, right? There's a lot of intentional deception that takes place in any event like this.
Estoy revisando mi correo electrónico. Tengo que hacer. Y lleva la semana. Con razón, o sea, yo estoy checando lo de los informes y hacer los reportes de pago ya para mandarlos y cobrar, pero falta el análisis semanal. Se me había olvidado ese por completo. A ver, vamos a hacerlo. Es rápido. Vamos a hacerlo porque estoy tan concentrado haciendo esto que en lo que vemos las noticias, pero ya miren, o sea, ya la bolsa cierra en 15, 18, 19 minutos, ahí dice. Ya, o sea, ¿qué día? Vamos a ver. Sí, cierto. A ver. El weekly aquí está. Bien, vamos a hacer el resumen semanal. Aquí está. Vamos a ver. Viernes. Mercados. Mercados a la baja debido a ataques entre Irán y Israel. Mercados suben al inicio, bajan a media sesión, dejando los rendimientos en cortos y en volatilidad mayor al 9%, no, al 6%, mayor al 6% en el día. Indicador miedo y codicia cierra en, vamos a ver el indicador miedo y codicia porque ayer cerró en 61, o sea, empezamos la semana alcista con esto de las negociaciones en China, que aquí está, ver negociaciones activas entre USA y China. Lo voy a hacer más grande para que se vea. 60, tenemos el indicador en 60, o sea, sí está bajando en 60. Tuvimos una semana, tuvimos un inicio alcista en la semana, pero fue con dirección a la baja durante la misma. Lo que se tiene para el futuro son la reunión de la Fed, datos para el mes de julio en inflación, aranceles, inflación de aranceles y el de tarjetas de crédito, pero se me olvida ese. Empleo. Números de empleo, además del nuevo, además de sumar el evento bélico en Asia, incrementando el riesgo sistémico. Jueves. ¿Cuándo reportó? Ahorita checamos lo de Oracle, el reporte de ingresos entre Irán y Israel. El objetivo del S&P 500 se mantiene en, déjenme checar cómo había marcado.
Mohamed El-Arian, it's good to see you, and thank you so much for being with us. Mohamed, how should our investing audience be thinking about this?
Well, first, as you said, Scott, and thanks for having me, lots of ifs. Having said that, I think there's four clear things in my mind in terms of the economic effects. One, this will accelerate the ongoing slowing of the global economy. Two, it will limit policy flexibility even more, including for the Fed. Three, it will remind companies that their supply chain.
¿Sabe qué también tengo que hacer y desde cuándo lo he querido hacer? Tengo que ir a mis notas de LinkedIn, de mi perfil de LinkedIn, y checar todas las tesis de inversión que se han estado cumpliendo, o muchas se han estado cumpliendo. Eso es bueno porque después de 3, 4, 5 años de experiencia en todo este mundo de mercados financieros, desde que encontré mi pasión, es importante dar seguimiento a las tesis de inversión. Como con los gráficos de Bitcoin, como con United Health, como con Tesla, con MicroStrategy y así, muchas empresas, ¿no? Pues al final de cuentas esto es lo que uno hace. Todo eso, para darles como validez, para recalcarlos. Porque siempre hago las publicaciones y las tesis y todo eso y nunca lo retomo, nunca. Y eso considero que está mal, para darle seguimiento. ¿Qué pasó, Rey? No te pares.
What's happening is something actually quite fundamental, is that the role of the US at the core of the system is being eroded. And when that happens, the world finds out it's overweight US treasuries, it's overweight the dollar. And there's little appetite to become more overweight. So you don't get the buying that we used to get in the past. The good news for the dollar is there's nothing to replace it. So people can only reduce their dependence slowly over time, and they have to do it buying many other assets. So it's a gradual process, but it's one that the U.S. should take really seriously.
So you're saying that where there was speculation over the last many weeks on the idea of a flailing U.S. exceptionalism, that this is evidence for maybe the very first time concrete in a true time of what is perceived to be global crisis of any level, that is a confirmation of your view?
Yes, and I would qualify it in three ways. One, it's not the first evidence. We've had quite a few smaller ones. This is the really visible one, and I think that is important. Second, it's about two things. It's about the loss of exceptionalism, but it's also about policy unpredictability. The good thing is that foreign investors are making a distinction between the sovereign side and the high-quality corporate side, and they're not extending their concerns about the sovereign side to the high-quality corporate side, and that's really important. And the third issue is just recognize this is a slow-moving process because there is no ready substitute for the dollar. So it is going to be going on for a while. And I stress again, the world is overweight the US. It's overweight treasuries. And once you lose trust, then you are looking to reduce this overweight, but it takes time.
The other thing you said I find very interesting is almost pointing to an extraordinarily tricky situation for the Fed, one in which you predict, of course, as you said first, that it's only going to accelerate a global economic slowdown, but also one that limits the Fed. That's how you described it just a moment ago. What do we do in that scenario? If we have a faster, slowdown globally in the economy, a Fed that can't do much about it, then what?
So absolutely no policymaker likes the notion of stagflation. And that's what higher oil prices do. They lower economic activity and they increase inflationary pressures. So whenever you see stagflation, you know that it's going to put policymakers in a difficult situation. And that's not just monetary policy, but also fiscal policy that we don't talk enough about, because this will make revenues lower and expenditures higher on the fiscal side. On the monetary side, already the Fed was delaying rate cuts. This Fed will become even slower in delivering rate cuts because it has been shaken so much by its big inflation mistake. So it is more likely to risk a slowdown than risk an inflation. Whether that's the right thing or not, we can debate it till tomorrow morning, but I suspect this is what this Fed will do.
Do you think that now that this is all unfolding, and that is your clearly stated view, that this would cause the administration and the president to capitulate even further on where their tariffs currently are?
I don't know, because I don't know what the basic objective of tariffs are. If it was escalate to de-escalate, and you want a fair trading system, you can do this later. If, however, it's to raise revenues, if, however, it's to reshore manufacturing activities back to the US, then you should not ease on tariffs. So as long as we don't have clarity on what the primary objective of tariffs are, I find it very hard to answer that question, Scott, unfortunately.
Mohammed, I appreciate it very much. Thanks for sharing your views with us, Mohammed El-Arian. We're all over the sell-off, as you know, as we head towards the close. As we said, the Dow Jones Industrial Average below the 200-day moving average. The S&P 500 giving up the 6,000 level. Mike Santoli's waiting in the wings. We're 10 from the close. We're back after this.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Don't buy another stock before reading this book, because when you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that in today's market, buying and holding stocks alone, it's not an option. The simple, beginner-friendly option strategies you'll learn in our new book could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today, we'll give you a copy for free.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow. Kind of opened up a whole new avenue of investing from what I never knew.
Me choca cuando andan haciendo fraudes. Y más, o sea, acabo de publicar en WhatsApp un status donde me mandan la foto del documento y es de Goldman Sachs. Imagínate. O sea, están tomando la foto, ¿cómo sería? La imagen corporativa de un banco internacional, bueno, sí, no es un banco como tal, no dan tarjetas de crédito, sino es un fondo de inversión, una institución financiera que da servicios financieros reales en Nueva York, en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo. Bueno, no en todo el mundo, tampoco son BlackRock. Pero, o sea, qué poca. Están utilizando la imagen de esa institución financiera que es muy buena y para hacer sus fraudes, o sea, y no está chido. Y, o sea, la gente anda invirtiendo 40,000, 50,000, 80,000 pesos y es como... ¿qué les digo? Pero bueno. Uno aquí está en vivo, viendo la sesión de mercado, comprando y vendiendo. Ya 5 minutos y se acaba esto. Chéquense. Triple QQQ ya tocó suelo. Y los buenos. BXX, la volatilidad con todo. O sea, ya, se acabó el día. Ahorita estoy en lo del análisis semanal. Estoy buscando el jueves, porque hay... jueves, claro, lo que quería checar con ustedes. Era el reporte de ingresos de Adobe Inc. Esta empresa que desde que salió la fiebre por la inteligencia artificial ha estado en boca de todos. Pues vamos a ver rápidamente porque ya tengo hambre y ya de una vez que cierro la bolsa me desconecto como y ya chamba administrativa, talacha administrativa y listo. Jueves, mercados se comportan al alza mayormente, se tiene el reporte de ingresos de Adobe Inc. Con, vamos a checar, revenue, vamos a darle clic. No, yo quiero ir aquí, earnings. Revenue, EPS. Listo. Con 5.87 billones versus 5.88. A ver. Vamos a verlo. Claro. Menos $22, un golpe tremendo.
Crucial moments of the trading day on what has been a very busy day of breaking news for us. Mike, you want to put it into some perspective for us as you watch these markets?
Yeah, pretty decent little test of the dip buying reflex, and it looked like it was going to be a real pure example of that by midday, and then we get the retaliation. Now, structurally, not a lot has changed in terms of this market, you know, in this modest pullback zone. It had sort of decelerated on the way up, too. We got within a couple percent of the high. So it seems as if, you know, this is just, could be just kind of reloading the market, frankly, and doing what it was supposed to do anyway. But it did bring home that we had too low a risk premium in the market after this run, just for the potential range of outcomes. So VIX going above 21 next week. You got maybe some bumps to get over when it comes to the Fed meeting, and, you know, some various expirations. So I do think that we have to be mindful of the fact that we've come a long way, but we've not even broken the 20-day moving average in the S&P 500.
Yeah, Warren, how are you watching all this?
Yeah, you know, I think it's not surprising to see that we're kind of weak going into the close. Nobody really wanted to hold risk going into the weekend when, you know, headlines could flare up. But overall, I think we have to take a step back and a deep breath. And I heard a lot of the guests previously, you know, worried that the Treasury market's not acting how it's supposed to. I'm not so worried about that. You know, I think that we've had a nice rally in bonds and we're kind of selling off a little bit. Not surprising given the fact that oil's spiking. I think all you need for the bond market to really work and for the equity market, for yields to stay in a place that works for the equity market, is for the market to believe that there's still like 5 to 6 rate cuts ahead of us. And I think the Fed's going to confirm that next week with their SEP, their June SEP. So I think I think what Mike said is right. There's some fear that's coming back in the market. Obviously, if we get worst case scenario geopolitically, then all bets are off. But the history of these kinds of conflicts, and this is oil's the market I started my career in, the history of these kinds of conflicts is that they fade in relatively quickly.
I mean, that is the view, Mike, and nobody is as historically astute on the markets as you, as we find every day.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where at some point, one of these conflicts is going to spill, you know, beyond containment, and it's going to have broader implications. But even if you look back at, you know, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, now, obviously, the Fed was hiking right into that.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? No te cortes. Venga, tú puedes. A ver, revenue estimate. 5.8, va. O sea. $5.80. $700,000 menos. Ok, va. Ánimo, tú puedes. Ok.
Over its skis, but it's certainly not as fearful as it was a little while ago. And you have to be aware that after a 25% run, the risk reward is probably flattened out a bit.
Let's be clear. The S&P 500, Warren, is only down 1.2% today. So the market has managed to afford itself rather well in what on television looks pretty bad, obviously. We're still within 2-3% of an all-time high. And it sounds to me like you think that march towards it doesn't get interrupted for very long.
Yeah, as I said, nobody knows if we're going to have a worst case scenario, but nothing has really changed. The supply-demand equation for the oil market hasn't changed. There's been nothing, no supply has been impacted. We run studies every week for our clients, and I just have a catalog of bullish technical indicators. The market's message is bullish, and I don't see a ton of buy-in. Sentiment has not gotten stretched. You know, we had a study for our clients this week. I had more bears than bulls last week. Yet 2-month momentum was above 10%. That's like a 1% in all of history kind of occurrence. So, and then we have forward 12-month EPS is about to hit a new all-time high. These are the kinds of things that if you want to look through the headline stuff that scares you and focus on the core of the market, which still is healthy.
You can hear the clapping here. The bell's going to ring. It's going to ring us off the lows, too. It's still going to look like a nasty day, but below the surface, it's maybe not quite as nasty as the overall numbers would suggest. The S&P is going to close below 6,000, as I said, and we did give up the 200-day on the Dow. Whether we close above that, I think is still in some question.
Cerró la bolsa, es la campana del cierre.
That bell marks the end of regulation. Voya Investment Management ringing the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Microsoft doing the honors at the NASDAQ, and stocks falling today as Israel launches a wave of airstrikes against Iran and taking a leg lower late in the session as Iran responded with missile attacks aimed at Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. The Dow with the biggest drop among the major averages, though that's for some other reasons. Today's declines dropping all three major averages into the negative for the week. Financials the worst performing sector today, especially the payment companies. Visa and American Express among the biggest drag on the Dow. This on reports Walmart and Amazon are considering their own stable coins for customers, which could replace some of the services from the payment companies. The best performing sector is energy, unsurprisingly, the only one in the green as oil prices spike. Money moving into gold, sending it back toward the all-time highs from April. But investors selling bonds on fear spiking oil prices will lead to inflation. That's sending yields higher. That's a scorecard on Wall Street, but winners stay late. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm John Fort. Morgan Brennan is off today. Let's begin with the latest out of the Middle East. This afternoon, we watched live as Iranian missiles headed toward Israel in response for last night's strikes by Israel on targets in Iran. Let's get to our Eamon Jabbers in Washington. Eamon.
John, that's right. We're learning a little bit more now about U.S. involvement in all this from NBC News' Pentagon team, reporting now that the U.S. is assisting in shooting down Iranian missiles and projectiles that are targeting Israel. That's according to 3 U.S. officials per NBC News. They're also giving us a little bit of background on what exactly the U.S. is using here, saying that the effort by the United States is using ground-based interceptors, including THAAD and Patriot batteries. Both of those are missile interceptors, and we know that the United States has moved assets into the region over the past couple of days to reinforce the robust U.S. military presence that was already there. Additionally, just within the past hour, John, as we're watching these pictures, we have seen a statement here from Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel posted to YouTube just within the past hour. It's significant because it is an explicit message to the Iranian people and a call for regime change. There you see Netanyahu giving this message. He says, the Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for almost 50 years, threatens to destroy our country, the state of Israel. The objective of Israel's operation is to thwart the Islamic regime's nuclear and ballistic missile threat to us. As we achieve our objective, we are also clearing the path for you to achieve freedom. He goes on to say the regime does not know what hit them or what will hit them. It has never been weaker. This is your opportunity to stand up and let your voices be heard. So an explicit now appeal from Benjamin Netanyahu to the people of Iran themselves directly, calling for regime change, calling for people to stand up and change the government, and saying that the regime currently in place has been oppressing the Iranian people, and saying that the Israelis are friends of the Iranian people but opponents of the Iranian regime. We'll see if that has any resonance inside Iran. We don't know, John, at this point, how much damage Israel has done to Iranian command and control of their military or to their political system. Clearly, a number of high-ranking military officials inside Iran have been killed. That may be disrupting Iran's ability to respond militarily here. And now with this additional pressure from Netanyahu calling for, in effect, civil uprising inside Iran, that may further complicate matters for the regime in Iran. John.
Eamon, you gave us a sense of U.S. involvement in shooting down missiles, Iranian missiles incoming into Israel. From there in Washington, any sense of European response or reaction or knowledge beforehand of what Israel was doing in reaction to Iran's response?
Yeah, we don't have any indication, or at least as I sit here, I should say, I don't have any indication that European officials knew in advance about this. But we have seen some statements, and I'm just looking to see if I can call one up here in real time. We have seen some statements from European governments supporting Israel's right to defend itself and saying Israel has every right to do that, but sort of limiting their statements to that and not going farther in terms of, does Israel have the right to conduct regime change inside Iran, for example? Well, there's a lot that we don't know about this, and the situation is ongoing now. We don't know what forces Israel has on the ground inside Iran, what capabilities they have inside Iran. Clearly, they're much more capable inside Iran than the Iranian regime understood as of yesterday. The question is, what is Israel's intent here? Is this message from Netanyahu simply propaganda designed to put pressure on the Iranian government, or does Israel intend to push for regime change in Iran? That is, very tricky business, as we've seen over the past several decades, and we'll see where it goes, obviously.
Indeed. Eamon Javers, thank you.
You bet.
Let's turn now to today's market action. Stocks closing near session lows. Only 2 Dow stocks and 1 sector, energy again, closing higher with the broad-based selling. Joining me now is Bob Elliott, CEO and CIO at Unlimited Funds, and Krishna Guha,
Listo.
Evercore ISI Vice Chair.
Voy a publicar al rato el análisis semanal en lo que sería LinkedIn, Facebook. Tomo screenshot y siempre lo pongo de status para hacer una actualización de lo que pasó en los mercados y lo que esperamos. ¡Oh! ¡Au! Listo. Pues eso fue todo. Esta semana no fueron muchos directos, la verdad. Fue una semana bastante ocupada. Hay bastantes cosas que se vienen esta semana, así rápidamente para darle final. Se viene los resultados de Lenar, es una buena empresa. 3 días no tenemos nada. Y el 20 de junio, que es viernes, tenemos estos 3. Tenemos Kruger, que es muy bueno, es la mejor de las 3. Y en la siguiente semana va a estar más movida. Tenemos FedEx, tenemos PayEx, MU, creo que es Microtechnology, creo, no estoy seguro. Y tenemos Nike el jueves 26. Eso es lo que nos espera. Van a ser días tranquilos. La verdad es que más tranquilos que estos que pasaron. No como la primera semana de junio, que fue wow, o sea, fue de locos por todo lo que pasó. Esta semana también por la importancia que tiene GameStop, que tiene Oracle y que tiene Adobe, que es en parte inteligencia artificial y Bitcoin. Y pues eso. Va. Fue una gran semana con rendimientos entre el 3 al 10%. Bastante bien. Y ya. Eso es todo, amigos. Eso es todo. Bueno, aquí ya nos quedamos con lo del cierre, con lo de la guerra. Espacio. Pero listo, eso sería todo, amigos. Gracias por estar aquí, gracias por verlos, por no verlos, por el like o el dislike. Y pues saludos, cuídense y que tengan buen fin de semana. Veré si el domingo hago lo de Succession. Traigo esa idea de hacer un directo sobre una serie de negocios que sea de mis favoritas. Pero pues ya veremos, ¿va? Chao, cuídense.